Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. I hope you're doing well, and we're back. It's been a little while since our last live stream, to be fair. It's been, I think, around almost 2 weeks or thereabouts. So I hope you're all doing very well. We're back in MSFS 2020 today for a flight in the epic PMDG 777F freighter, which is here on stand at Johannesburg for a little hop up to Nairobi to have a little look at the Inibuild's Jomo Kenyatta International Airport that released quite some time ago. I actually purchased it back when it got released. Didn't get it sent to me or anything like that for a review, but purchased it because I've been to Nairobi quite a few times. Thought I'd wiggle that into a some sort of stream, and it never actually happened because we've got distracted with various other things, different releases, so on and so forth. So today we're doing that, and this is actually a route that's done quite regularly throughout the day with Kenya Airways on Embraer 190 jets, cargo looks with 747s, all that sort of stuff as well. It's quite a busy route actually, to be fair. Flight time depends on the aircraft, and we're looking at 3 hours 30 for today with this big beast here with the twin jet GE90s. Good afternoon, David. Zato, welcome, mate. Good evening to you. Chris Packett, welcome. Badger, good afternoon. Rab, I hope you're well, matey. After all those storms. Peter, good afternoon. Zato, Rab, been with us for ruddy ages. Thank you for all the support. David A, good morning to you, mate. Sad news coming from America this morning, of course. We'll discuss that in the flight along the way as well. So we'll have a little look. Although we won't be subjected, we won't cast kind of opinion or anything, but we'll talk about the facts that we understand and know of so far. So rather tragic situation in Washington. The commentator, good afternoon. Canadian Flight Simmer, good morning to you as well. As you can see, Zato's painted this. We're in the epic sort of diddly squat / Hawkstone Lager inspired livery with the hashtag Back British Farming on the side of the jet there as well. One of 3 different Osprey Airways aircraft, or 4 in fact, because we've got a retro jet as well. Tapsy's painted some as well. Welcome to you, mate. I hope you're well. So we're going to dive straight in. I've got a fire up GSX as well, actually. Cool, blimey. Quest boarding, that's what we want. One of the new updates for GSX is that it also works to remove the PMDG loaders, which are currently in place by the side of the aeroplane at the moment, as we can see. I've also, for today, fired up VRAS, which I've spoke about previously on the channel quite some time ago. We'll be using that today, so that's powered up and ready to go. David, crikey, been with us for 45 months. That's a right proper long time. It's a very long time. Right. Whilst this is all going away, let's not bother with the pushback tug just yet, and we're already on board, so we don't need that. We have got our flight being tracked on New Sky, our virtual airline client for today. We've got something like 407 units of cargo, which is pretty heavy. Where is it? 96 tons of cargo on board today. That's what we're running with, which is crazy. We're right up towards the top of our zero fuel weight limitations as well. So we're tracking the flight. We'll see how we get on with that. It's the New Sky Beta, which is the one that works in MSFS 2024 as well, for what it's worth. Which, by the way, it sounds like their beta is going very well, because it sounds like there's really good news on the horizon for PMDG's compatibility with the 777 and all that sort of thing as well. Not BNXO, welcome, matey. Ah, there we go. That was okay. So that was going to be the next question. Well, a little later on, prior to getting our clearance, there is no METAR service for Johannesburg, so we are flying effectively blind to the weather beyond what we can see on the windsock. So we're going to have to hope that the VATSIM or Tambo scenery has a correctly aligned directional windsock. But because of that, performance calculations are near on impossible, and yeah, who knows. So there we go. Not being XO saying there, the weather service in South Africa got cyber attacked by the so they don't have any up-to-date METARs for Johannesburg. We're praying on Windy to be correct. So we've had no ATIS or METAR for the last 4 days. Crikey. So they're using windy.com. Right, whilst all the boarding, how's that going? There we go, lovely stuff, getting all that gin loaded up. We've got most of the pre-flight already done. But yeah, there we go. There's a big old gap down there for the METAR. We can't see anything. And then we can look here at the route. And again, like I said, we've put most of it in already. So we start on the Route 1 page, and we've already done the route request with the sim brief importation there. Quite a short route, to be fair. Only a couple of waypoints and things to deal with. Dusty, welcome. Flying Panda, good to see you, mate. Justin, yes, the Wingwing MCDU is compatible with Fly-by-Wire A32NX, but I haven't got that one, so I'm just working on what I've read on their documentation they sent us for the preview coverage. I've got the 737 version, which frustratingly doesn't work on this, even though it's effectively the same unit but in a different colour. I'm kind of hoping to push them to release compatibility across all the Boeing aircraft, no matter which Boeing compatibility you've got, so hey ho. Right, so that's all done. Departures and arrivals, we're working with 03 right, I think. No, 21 right for the departure, and the Vassar 3 Bravo,
very good morning, Osprey 2472 heavy stand,
which has an altitude top of 8,000 for the initial clearance. Bart, welcome. Luke Van Zyl, good to see you, matey. So we'll pop that in, we can change it if need be. For what it's worth, we're planning 06 into Nairobi.
Lovely, good
and you can see there that actually 06 has got a 9-knot tailwind, so that might not be the case for us there. But we'll see how we get on.
370 on request. After departure,
yeah, that's the biggest limitation with Beyond ATC. I almost fired it up for today, Rab, so that when we flew across out of South Africa, then frustratingly it meant that we weren't able to actually change anything. So if we got a different runway assigned for later in the arrival into Nairobi, we wouldn't be able to change that. So it's a little frustrating, but it is what it is.
Runway tracking, initial altitude will be 8,000 feet, clear for runway 21 right, and score will be 7355 for Osprey 2472 heavy. Osprey 247.
QNH 1010 is what they're running with. We've already got that.
Correct. Call next, ready for push and stop.
Ottawa Tower, good afternoon, Osprey 165 heavy, 777-200 freighter on stand, Delta 25, QNH 1010, request clearance to Nairobi, please.
Osprey 165 heavy, Johannesburg Tower, hello. You are cleared from Johannesburg to Nairobi, flight level 330 on request. After departure, runway 21 right, non-standard departure, maintain runway track. Initial climb will be altitude 8,000 feet and squawk 7377.
So that's a little change of plan, but that's good. That's all right. Clear to Nairobi. Flight level 330 is filed. Runway 21 right. After departure, fly runway track to 8,000 feet and squawk 7377. Osprey 165 heavy.
Osprey 165 heavy. Respec is correct. Call next, ready for push and start.
Roger. 73.
And Ortambo Tower, hello, Osprey 7 Fox Mike.
There's the payload, folks. Heavy, heavy. 92% full, 93% full.
To Nairobi, please.
Right, so little change of plan then, but that's okay. We can change this. So we're going to go back into the departures page. What are we going to do? Index.
Hello, you are cleared from Johannesburg to Nairobi. Flight
2 on right.
370 on request. After departure, runway 21 right, non-standard departure, maintain a runway track. Initial climb will be
no Sid.
altitude 8,000 feet, squawk 7320.
Just going to have a quick, oops, wrong button.
Johannesburg.
Flight level 370 on request. Control replay, I think. Let's get rid of that, don't need that. So that's non-standard runway track.
Squawking 7320, Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike.
Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, Respec is correct. Let's ready for push and start.
What I might do is just put in.
Roger, 7 Fox Mike.
Let's see. Nissan, Uniform Quebec 1 IMCUP. Alright, well, he's got our flight plan route. Two on right, non-standard, but VATSIM 3. Let's leave it in. Let's leave it in. It's getting the old runways confused there. But we're not going to actually fly it in LNAV mode initially, but those waypoints might come in handy for us regardless. So the departure that we would have gone for, but though it's non-standard fly runway track now, effectively we're just going to fly this heading here but keep going. So even though we might cross 9 DME JSV, Johannesburg's VOR there, we're not going to turn right unless we're vectored by ATC. So we're just going to keep flying runway track instead. I am going to put the fix ring in though regardless, JSV, just for situational awareness so we know where we are. 9, and actually I want runway track to be in there as well, so let's put in 214. I think it's the other way around off the top of my head. Oh, there we go, lovely. That'll do. So we're going to have a big old green line flying along, and we can just fly that in manual mode if we wanted to potentially, just going hands on and things. Right, where are we? Because we're still loading the jet. VNAV is already done. Cruise 330 is what we've set there. We're going to load that descent forecast. We've already done the route winds as well. Let's hide the charts. It's a busy old time, this pre-flight stuff, isn't it? Hopefully not too long left before the 777-200LR from PMDG and the A350 from Mini Builds. Both very, very exciting releases coming hopefully soon. Okay, so we're going to go flaps 5, centre of gravity. We'll click the switch there. We want thrust limitations page. And my SimBrief performance calculations here. What do we got here? Working with 240 at 4 apparently. So I'm just going to put all of this in manually on the SimBrief performance calculator. 30 degrees and 1010. So just going to recalculate that. Assume temperature 33. And we're going to go still takeoff toga. We'll revert to climb 2, so we'll just get that engine spooled back down again. Drop power a bit after takeoff. And look at that, V2167. Wow, that's quite something. That's heavy. Flight directors are on. 8,000 set for the departure, and the transponders set. We'll get the checklist page running up. We've already done this stuff. Parking brake. Sets. Normal checklists. Before starts. Next, MCP V2 heading track altitude already done. Takeoff speeds, just done that. CD pre-flight checked. Trim is 00. And taxi takeoff briefing complete. Beacon on is next. Nav lights, pressurization system. Let's get the APU started. I'm just going to turn all the pumps on. What have we got here? Center tanks are empty. Don't need crossfeed. They're low because they are empty. What have we got? It's been a while since we've been in this, so I'm just trying to refresh my memory to make sure I don't miss anything. That looks good, that's fine. Okay, so left panel, let's work down here. That's looking good. Waiting for the APU to spool up. Emergency lights are on, so that's good. Window heat's on. Hydraulic systems are now on, and auto as required. Pumps, anti-ice automatic, nav lights, air conditioning, auto on, auto forward, trim air's on, packs auto, bleed air's automatic all 3, APU auto, engine left and right are on, pressurization valves automatic. That looks pretty good. So we're just waiting on the APU, which should be online now. APU running, good. There we go. They've got that indication. We come off external power. Just catch up with the live chat in a wee moment. Here we go. What have we got here? Andreas, welcome mate. This is home airport today, Johannesburg. Very nice. Living on a player. Good morning to you. I hope you're well, mate. Hope you're having a good week. Ashton Anders, you too. Delta Tango, good to see you. Been ages since I've been able to catch any live streams live, he says. Me too. It's been a real long time, to be fair. I think we're there. I feel rusty again because I'm flight simming a lot less than usual now. I end up kind of double checking stuff and doubting myself somewhat. But I think we're there. Transponder, radios. That's all set. Panel brightness, auto brake, MCP's all ready to go. It's going to be heading mode for departure. Just got to remind myself of that. We'll pop those VORs on as well to track the distance. Am I going to use auto cruise cubing, Demon? No. Not, well, no. Yeah, no, to be fair, I probably won't bother. How are we doing? We still loading? Oh, look at that for timing. We're right there. Prepare for pushback and departure. Let's get that button fired up. And we're supposed to be pushing 12:47, I think. 48, so there we go. 2 minutes to go. That was a good guess from me on New Sky. Ryan says he's looking forward to the A350 from Any Builds. Hopefully it comes out next month, and also looking forward to the 777-200ER. Is it the ER or the LR that they're doing, PMDG? I forget which. David was saying a minute ago in the live chat in reference to that. Robert Randazzo was saying mild levels of excitement is a good sign for 2024 for sure. Yeah, they're typically very reserved, aren't they? So they won't get so excited, but you know, they'll get more and more confident. Have they fixed the main cargo door bug with GSX? Ashton asks. What's the bug? Because don't forget, I've not flown this since the start of December, so.
6 Lima Juliet, Johannesburg Tower. Hello, you are cleared.
Not sure what we're referring to here.
Nairobi, flight level 370 on request. Off departure runway 21 right. Maintain runway track. Initial climb will be altitude 8,000 feet. Squawk 7346.
Cleared Nairobi, runway 21 right.
Here's me dispatcher.
Departure, fly runway track. Initial climb 8,000 feet. Final climb 37. Flight level 370. Squawk 7346.
Sounds like we're getting there.
Yeah.
That's closing. Front door's closed. Bit keen with the old beacon light, but I know I'll end up forgetting it. You mean that one, Ashton? Oh, well hopefully that doesn't happen. Ground ops. Ground power release. No, that's gone off, mate. Time all the doors.
Last station, please say again, call sign.
Call sign World Express 33.
Parking brake is on. Let's get rid of the ground, the chocks in a moment. We'll wait for that tug to get connected first.
From Johannesburg to Cape Town, flight level 320.
If you're new to the channel, it's great to have you on board with us today. Hope you enjoyed the flight, the stream. Join us in the chat. Got to subscribe for at least 2 minutes to be able to join us in the chat. It just stops those bots and things hitting us. And don't forget to give us a little thumbs up throughout as well. Fergus is trying to join the flight, but the Mad Dog in MSFS 2024 is like an open beta at the moment. For those of you who don't know, they've done like a bit of a compatibility patch. So it's got a massive bug that it gets stuck into the loading screen when trying to spawn. Ooh. Not good. Not BNXO says all 21 SIDs are suspended, which is more lovely for us to have to handle. Nice. Is that because of the cyber attack as well then, over in South Africa, with the aviation services like the weather service and things? Is that kind of a result of that? David says he's seen the news that Say Intentions are planning on releasing a free limited version of their air traffic control product. It'll be very interesting to see numbers, to see how many people leave the paid version for the free version, how much revenue they then lose. Let's get pushback then, folks. So we're all ready to go. Let's get those chocks removed now. Lovely jubbly. That's all done. That's all set. Beacon lights on. Johannesburg Tower, Osprey 165 heavy, stand Delta 25, fully ready, request push start. 2 minutes behind.
Osprey 165 heavy, pushing spot is approved, facing the north, QNH 1010.
Pushback approved, face north, QNH 1010, Osprey 165. Nose right, tail left, left. Nose left, tail right, right. It's custom profile. I'm going to click the top one. Let's hope it's correct.
Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike requesting push
Brakes
in
off.
slack, please.
Let's get rid of the music. Okay, what have we got? So, engine displays are ready to go. Water starts on. We'll go engine 1 first. Starts.
The north.
Fuel control lever, run.
A beam Delta 77, QNH 1010.
Roger, QNH 1010 and pushback facing north. Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike.
Oh yes, there's the view. Love the noise. Gaffer, Flying Panda. Bassy. Hergy, no, default sound pack, mate, from PMDG, which I quite like anyway. I know some people want a bit more pokiness to it, don't they? But I'm alright with this.
Apologies, Squawk 7346 Osprey.
How we're doing on the engine starts. Yeah, the G90s are something else, aren't they? 38.4, that's good. Okay. Right starts.
Approved facing east, QNH 1010.
Approved facing east, QNH 1010, Osprey. Thank you.
Parking brake set. We've got VRAS still fired up. Yes. I love the sort of buzzsaw noise. Thanks, Ryan. So it's the 777-200ER, which is the one I've flown about most. And yeah, we spoke about it kind of just after the intro of today's live stream, very briefly. But in the cruise, we'll mention the Washington DC incident last night. It's quite pertinent, I suppose. We're all fans of aviation, so rather tragic. Basically, in short, an American Eagle aircraft collided with a US military helicopter yesterday on approach, 400 feet, crashed. I think most people have passed away, which is rather tragic.
34 push and spot approved facing.
Okay, engines 1 and 2 look pretty good. Onto the checklist page.
QNH 1010.
Before taxi then, anti-ice automatic recall.
My apologies, QNH 1010.
Checked, it's just TCAS, that's fine. Auto brakes, RTO, flight controls, let's get that checked. So we're going to go to flight control page. Fully left. Back to neutral. Fully right. Back to neutral. Forwards. Doing the elevators and the rudders. And 425 for the takeoff trim, so we've set that as well. That's good. That's set. Should be flap 5, which I've hopefully set. Rudder 00, aileron 00, trim indication there matches the display. Radios are set. We're going to have heading select mode for the departure and VNAV. Flight directors are all set, ready to go. Back to the checklist page. Ground equipment's clear. And then we've got flaps 5, which has now gone green for before takeoff. And then it'll be after takeoff checks. So that's all good, looking snazzy. Let's get the taxi lights on and the APU off. And Osprey 165 request taxi. Should be right gate 11.
Osprey 165, taxi to holding point Alpha, runway 21 right. Right, Golf 11, left on Alpha, the Alpha holding point runway 21 right.
Right, Golf 11 left onto Alpha to hold Alpha 1, runway 21 right, Osprey 165.
Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, Osprey ready for taxi.
Just going to put transponder on standby at the moment. Sam will test the brakes. Quick check again of the overhead panel. That looks pretty good actually. We've got no amber lights. Back to idle. And actually, can whack on the old Tobii eye tracker as well now. It's been a while since we've used this. The Tobii eye tracker, by the way, doesn't officially support MSFS 2020 just yet, but they are working on native support for the new sim, and they're hoping to have that done around March, April time. And they're doing some work with Asobo and Microsoft at the moment to ensure compatibility as quickly as possible. That's clear. Be very tempted not to cut that corner because the grass is quite close there, isn't it? So we're going to bring the nose right over towards this line.
Last station calling, readability 0.
Oh, hello. There we go, lovely job. One 167, 214, 8000, just going through stuff in my mind. It's going to be runway heading.
Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, follow the taxi right, Golf 10, left on Alpha, follow the company traffic to the Alpha holding point.
Ian, the screen ghosting thing was you press left alt and enter,
Roger,
and it
right
goes into
on Golf
windowed
10,
mode, and then left alt and
on
enter
Alpha,
again
following the
to then go
company
back into full
777
screen, mate.
to holding point
If you haven't
Alpha
already
for 2 and right,
solved it.
Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike.
I found the sim constantly sets itself to DLSS for me, even though I fly on TAA all the time, and
Express 34 taxi.
that's how my settings are saved. For some reason, MSFS 2020, since the last 2 updates or 1 update ago, I can't remember which one precisely, it now doesn't do that. It just constantly reverts to DLSS performance, which I don't want, naturally. I don't know if anyone else is having the same sort of issue though. Interested to know. That was all good, that's set. We don't need the debris, so we can hide that down there.
240 degrees, 4 knots, runway 21 left, head left.
Just a tiny little bump of power just to keep us rolling, because we're only doing 9 knots.
Thank you very much, comment 35, appreciate it.
I feel like I've forgotten something, and I don't know what.
And Johannesburg, Tower, Osprey, or 2472 heavy is ready to push and start.
I think we're good. 17 knots, picking up some good speed.
2 heavy, up
Bring her back to idle.
hold position at the moment. I've got 2 company 777 taxiing behind you. I'll get you pushed out once they pass.
No worries, stay firm, Osprey 2.
Osprey 16, are you there? Ready for taxi.
It's probably going to have to change the approach into Nairobi from 06 to runway 24, because of a 10 knot
Echo,
tailwind on 06, which we don't really want to fly. And we'll look at the arrival procedure for that shortly as well.
left.
19 knots. Alpha's full length. So this little kind of
Osprey
cut through here
472,
is Quebec.
left across from your right. Correction for your left to your right.
So we're going to keep going up here, and we're going to get that full length, which is good for days like this because we don't really know about. Let's get traffic on. We don't know about sort of performance issues and stuff because of the weather being unavailable. So weather radar's on, automatic, tracking those VORs. And then we'll just scrub that speed off to about 10 knots here for this turn. Osprey 165's Alpha 2 on right, ready for departure.
Osprey 165, runway 21 right, wind 240 degrees, 4 knots. Clear for takeoff, after passing altitude 6,500 feet. Contact approach 124.5, and have a safe flight back British farming.
Runway 21 right, clear for takeoff after departure. It's passing 6,500, contact approach 124.5. Thanks there to see, have a good day.
1 right.
Yes, there's VRAS. 1245. Lights, signs. 2 on rights, our planned runway, and we are cleared for takeoff. Windsock there indicating a bit of a crosswind for us by the looks of it. So just something to bear in mind, albeit only a few knots.
On runway 21 right.
Lovely, check.
Osprey 7
Okie dokie.
behind the departing company.
Let's get up to 50%.
Line up and wait, runway 21 right, behind.
Stick forwards.
Roger, behind the departing company 777, we will line up runway 21
Engine's
right.
good.
Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike.
Orbit Express 334.
Power set. Check. We're going to use quite a bit of runway today, don't forget we're currently 5,500 feet above ground level, above mean sea level as well.
Welcome to Johannesburg, taxi Yankee.
So we are high
Echo
and heavy.
left.
Here we go. Rotate. Nice and gentle. Just kicking her into wind there a little bit. Gear up. Following those flight directors. Get bumped about a little bit there. 7 knot crosswind, 8 knot crosswind, but it's actually backing and veering quite a bit as well. Gears up. Water brakes disarmed. Runway turn off lights. Taxi lights can go off. Getting thrown around a little bit.
Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, runway 21, correction, yeah, runway
1245. Johannesburg approach, good afternoon, Osprey 165's through 7,000, maintaining runway heading 21 right.
Osprey 165, Johannesburg, good afternoon to you, climb 2, flight level 150, turn left heading 170, radar control.
Good afternoon, turn left 170, climb flight level 150, radar control, Osprey 165. Might as well hand fly this for a little bit. It's really choppy and turbulent, getting thrown around quite a bit.
Osprey 165, turn left heading 050.
Left 050, Osprey 165. Standard pressure.
Osprey 165, left turn route direct position, income.
Left turn, direct IMCA, Osprey 165.
Departure, hello, Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, airport 7,100 for 8,000.
Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, South Africa, good afternoon, climb to flight level 14.
Keep hand flying for a little bit.
140, Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike.
Set flap 1.
Osprey 165, contact South Africa, control the frequency 128, decimal 325, have a mile like a flight, see ya.
Thanks, ATC, contact South Africa 128325. Have a good afternoon, Osprey 165, bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, turn
Just do
right,
with that so I
route
can
direct
look
Nissan.
down here, 1283.
Right, direct Nissan, Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike.
128325. Check. That's set. Flaps up. Move this in line a little bit. Get rid of the landing lights.
November 263 miles, South Africa. Hello, go ahead.
Good afternoon, 260 May,
Flaps up, green.
26 Lima, yeah, no worries. Half of our metals are down because, yeah, someone's cyber-affecting. But no stress, I'll get you the weather in a moment.
That was a great departure.
Look
how much we're getting bumped about.
Okay.
South Africa control, good afternoon. Osprey 165 heavies, direct in-cut through 11,000.
Osprey 165, South Africa, good evening. Climb flight level 330, clear direct to Utuli.
Climb flight level 330, direct Utili, Osprey 165. Good afternoon, good evening. Utili. Execute. LNAV, VNAV. Here we go.
November 26 Lima, South Africa.
Look at that. Stunning.
November 26 Lima, start approved, QLH 1009 at George, and squawk 0155.
There goes J Berg behind.
And are you able the Herald's Bay 11 departure for George?
Affirmative.
November 26 Lima, copy.
Gambecco, no, unfortunately not.
South African
I wish I
control,
was.
hello, Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, direct Nissan.
Sasa just ploughed into a middle of a conversation.
Space stations, Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, South Africa, hello, flying flight level 37, hello.
370 Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike.
That's good, that's... we're looking pretty good. Right, the range ring up.
November 26 Lima, runway 11 for departure, report ready at the holding point.
Checklists after takeoff is complete. And then we've got descent checks, we can leave that.
November 26 Lima, actually before I forget, just quickly with the wind. Surface winds currently 180 degrees 7 knots, temperature 23, G.18 and QNH 109.
Yeah, the departure was great fun. A little bit of manual flying. You could just go into autopilot, get that engaged, and we could just let the computer fly the jet. But actually sometimes when it's a bit choppy and it's a little bit hands up on, then it's quite nice. Hand flying it for a little bit, which is why we just kept doing it. Still got to move the heading knobs and all that kind of stuff, and that will then assist the flight director in telling us how to position the aircraft in the turn, you know, what amount of bank we should try and maintain, what amount of pitch we should maintain, all that sort of thing. So we still just watch the flight directors, providing we've set them up correctly, which I suppose is what Delta Tango's saying a minute ago about it being potentially a two-pilot job, realistically, because I'll be hand flying the jet, whilst the first officer would be changing the numbers here for me, I suppose. Just going to prep Unicom because that might be the next frequency.
Number 289er, Descend flight level
That's set.
descend non-standard 330, and then that's approved, report back.
Okay, we'll descend from level 330 and then we'll forward back to the trainer.
Got 080 at 10 knots in Nairobi. QNH 1021, slightly higher pressure. It's suggesting we use auto brake 3 to stop almost full length, but we'll use auto brake 1 and then manual brakes because I like doing that. Yamato, welcome. Did the other day a very long flight between Lisbon and Tokyo Haneda, 14 hours in an A330, landing with only 180 pounds of fuel. Jesus. You might have to have a look at your sim brief profile there. That's pretty tight, isn't it, for the old fuel burn? Afternoon, Ian. How you doing, mate?
Nope. November 26 Lima, thanks. Hold position after departure, runway 11, standard Herald Bay routine, not above 1,500, and report overhead to Herald Bay.
After departure, runway 11, not above 1,500, and we'll report to Herald Bay.
This is Lima, correct. The winds, whenever I can remember them, 180 degrees, 7 knots, runway 11, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway
321, go ahead.
So overnight,
Okay, 321,
unfortunately,
copy.
it's rather
After
tragic, but
standard route direct Lima,
show you guys the
Alpha,
news
November 1
feeds
PR
from
number.
Sky. Overnight, a CRJ operated by PSA, I think it was, on behalf of American Airlines or American Eagle, was clear to land. It was about 400 feet from touchdown into Washington DCO, and there was a military helicopter that was cleared to fly basically across the approach path behind that aircraft that was on final. But after confirming it was in sight, there may have been confusion with him being in sight with another aircraft behind the one that was cleared to land, unfortunately. And as a result of that, the helicopter's flown effectively right into the front half of the aircraft. It's then collided with it, and then they've gone falling out of the sky into the Potomac River, which I didn't actually know was quite shallow. It's not that deep at all. But then you can hear with the various bits of ATC that's over the internet and things, you can effectively hear air traffic control then sequence all the other aircraft on approach to go around. The airport at that point is then effectively closed. But there's unfortunately no survivors from what's being passed towards sort of news in the UK, which is really, really sad. Massive, massive tragedy. And we've flown into DCA a few times, enjoyed the river visual, for example. It's a beautiful approach, quite technical. It's hands-on as well. You've got to hand fly the aeroplane. I'm not going to play the video. You can see that if you're interested yourself. Yeah, 60 passengers, 4 crew. Plus then 3 soldiers on board the US Army Black Hawk that it's collided with. But we'll just have to wait for the FAA to conduct their investigation, work out what's happened with it. It's pointless kind of assuming or making guesses to things. I'm not a fan of doing that sort of thing. Potomac River's exceptionally icy this time of year apparently as well. So hypothermia and extreme cold becomes an issue to anyone that may have survived the initial impact. Yeah, thankfully stuff like this is very rare. But it is becoming increasingly common, it seems, some form of aviation incident or another, and it doesn't mean that it's any less safer to fly around the world, of course, but for the industry currently there's one hell of a blip at the moment with a number of different issues taking place, and you could arguably say that well, I don't know. It's pointless. I was going to say it was an opinion piece then, but no, it's pointless. We'll wait for the facts. But Ian's saying there, 2025's turned out to be a shocking year for commercial aviation worldwide. There was an aircraft in Korea the other day as well, wasn't it? Like an Airbus A320neo that set fire, or an A321 that suddenly set fire near the tail.
Continue standard Herald Bay routing
Crazy.
report outbound via Weldon.
Rab's got new wheels coming for his bike later today, very exciting. But we keep saying in the UK here with work that we're overdue an incident, so quite regularly we go through various different incident management plans and rehearsals and tests and things like that, just to test our preparedness, although training for the real thing is never like actually dealing with the real thing. It's very different, and actually when you're in the throw of a real incident, that's quite tough. You can train all you like to your blue in the face, but it will never prepare you for the reality of what you face in front of you properly. Yeah, there's been a hell of a lot of close calls in the US, hasn't there, Yamato? From New York all the way across to LA, the entirety of the US, there's been a whole lot of problems with separation, air traffic control quality, a bit of a degradation of safety post-COVID, I think. I don't know whether it be airlines pushing it, aircraft manufacturers massively pushing the boundaries, Boeing, and yeah, I don't know. It's all a bit strange, isn't it? There 100% needs to be change in the US. In the UK, certainly having flown for preparation towards PPL and things like that here, it has always come across that the airline industry in America is very casual in comparison, and I don't mean that in a terrible, like in a bad way, but in the sense that there's a lot of visual approaches, there's a lot of hand flying, there's a lot of kind of maintained visual separation given to pilots and all that sort of thing, whereas in the UK, for example, if you're flying into Heathrow, everything is very tightly radar controlled. So yes, the pilots have to maintain their own level of separation and deal with TCAS and manage the safety, but actually the ATC have got a much more proactive input into it, because they're the ones that are having to kind of try and maintain separation before it becomes a conflict. So perhaps America needs to work at adopting some bits here. DL Karai says, unsure how TCAS didn't do anything though. So if you flight sim, you'll know, like for example in the A320, when we're flying in on approach, below 1,000 feet, the TCAS goes to that landing inhibit mode, where it basically turns like all of the non-critical things off for distractions to the flight crew. So at 400 feet above ground level, which is where this aircraft, the CRJ was, they wouldn't have had any TCAS alerts because that would have been filtered out by the aircraft in its own version of landing inhibit mode. Yeah, you can have 2, 3, 4 aircraft cleared for landing in America, can't you? All after each other, and then it's like on the pilot to maintain visual separation and all this kind of stuff. If I'm really honest, DL Karai, I think it's pilot error from the US helicopter military pilot. They were asked if they were visual with the CRJ on final. I think they may have seen the wrong aircraft. So yeah, and it's a lot easier to see an aeroplane on final than it is to spot a little helicopter with one flashing beacon potentially. Yeah, but it's multi-factor. Air traffic control should have seen it. They should have kind of helped preempt and prevent it. The pilots should have seen each other if they were looking out, but the CRJ on final will be dealing with the systems, and they'll be maintaining the visual with the runway and 400 feet, they're thinking about the touchdown zone and their speed and their altitude and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's the US military Black Hawk pilots that I personally, I think, having seen and read everything today, I think they're at fault, which is a bit of a shame. But we'll find out in due course once the FAA do all that over the bits, do their kind of investigation and things. 1,000 to go, nearly. Morgan, hello matey. Thank you so much for flying out of Johannesburg or Tambo. It was a pleasure being your tower controller. We hope to see you guys again soon. Mate, no worries at all. It's been a while since we flew out of Africa, and certainly the scenery around here can be pretty spectacular. So it was something I wanted to kind of just fire into, and it was an idea we had yesterday. So it was one of the 4 different options that the folks in our members lounge, our bronze, silver, gold frequent flyers voted on. And this one just about pipped it, so yeah, thank you for the ATC service as well. It's really kind of you guys to come online and help us out with a bit of tower approach and South Africa radar. Who was he calling? Correct, DL. Level at cruise. Utility in just over 80. I think we'll be getting off to Unicom in a short while. Our route today takes us out of South Africa. We cross over Zimbabwe. A little bit of kind of northwest Mozambique, and then we'll be crossing through the very kind of northeastern part along the border pretty much of Zambia, across the centre of Tanzania, where they'll then descend into Nairobi in beautiful Kenya. "45 months, commentator, thank you matey, all that support. Great to fly along again," he says. "Been too long, 45 months, not too shabby." Anywhere I can get the livery, Morgan's asking. Yes, on the British Avgeek website, BritishAvgeek.com, and then there's like a Osprey Airways tab, MSFS liveries, and you'll find the 777s there. There's also like a Hawkstone lager one, which is Jeremy Clarkson's lager thing, which is linked to this hashtag British farming movement. And then we've got all our other Osprey Airways aircraft there as well. Yamato, yeah, so if I can make the times work, mate, then next year, well no, this year, sorry, because we're 2025 now, aren't we? Christ. This year, I'll be hoping to do one of the Cross the Ponds in one form or another, providing I'm not meant to be at work that day. Annual leave can be quite limited and things. So we'll see how we get on. A380 is definitely going to be up there, but at the same time, it's going to be a bit of a hard tell to work out whether or not I fly the 777 or something like that instead, for example. So, Morgan, epic. Big Jeremy Clarkson fan, and he says he's got friends who farm in the UK, so really enjoy the livery. Have a great flight to Nairobi. Thank you, mate. I don't know, Ian. Boeing 787 Azerbaijan, thank you matey for the super chat, says he's excited for the 777-200ER.
787 Azerbaijan Airlines fan donated £2 through super chat. I'm excited for the 777-200ER coming soon.
Me too, that's going to be a great aircraft, I can't wait for it. It's going to be superb. My only concern, Yamato, is the what you call it, the performance with it. It could be a little bit heavy, can't it? I think we've got custom. Yes, there we go. Osprey Airways merchandise with our little away bills and things. Look at that. These are all of the hats that you guys buy and the T-shirts and the mugs and things being flown around at the minute. Custom load, and because obviously we are 98% full, I think it was, wasn't it? The whole cargo section is rammed full of gear.
Echo 321, Johnny 200 Manor from Lima Alpha 2 November 1, stayed on P25.
I bet, Zato. It's a great livery, mate. milestone chat. Ashton, 21 months, gold frequent flyer. Thanks for the support, mate. I can't believe we've been going for that long. But actually, we're, yeah, 2020. So when did it launch? 2021? Or was it? Oh, it was August 2020. Jeez, 4.5 years we've been flying on this channel. I feel like I've become part of the furniture. Oh dear. Who's looking forward to Flight Sim 2028 then? Remember, for 48 months, Ian, you were one of the OGs, weren't you? Proper. Yeah, 150 Airbus A380s Yamato is going to be like -6 frames per second for us. Oh dear, it's going to be really hard work, that. 30 months for Ian as well, bloody ripper, and 31 for Badger. Thank you guys, appreciate all of the support all through those couple of years now. It's been an absolute blast, Ian says. Made friends worldwide. How awesome is that? Epic. Yeah, absolutely. I completed a degree through work since I started my membership, the commentator says. Just got his results a couple of weeks ago and got a first. Excellent. What a result. Good effort, mate. Congratulations to you. What was your degree in? DL says the amount of income from this stream is crazy. You'll be surprised, mate. What are we on now? 370 views. Realistically, that equates to about 4p, 5p. That's 7 cents US dollars. It's actually, YouTube doesn't actually generate that much money. Software engineering and some generic IT stuff, nice. Mate, good effort. First is a fantastic achievement. Boeing 787 Azerbaijan Airlines says he prefers the Rolls-Royce engines on the 200ER for himself. He was at Heathrow on the 11th of January. One of his favourites was the American Airlines 777-200ER. Yeah, absolutely. The 200ER is the one that takes me to Mauritius whenever I go on holiday, for example. So it's got a particular resonance with myself. I think BA prefer them on those leisure routes that are E-tops.
All stations, Telaka is now closing.
Yamato.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thanks for the ATC, good day. Zard says when he first began watching the channel he was in the 11th grade. Now he's second year college, time flies fast. Gee, because, yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yamato saying I'm earning more money in a year than Ubisoft right now. Oh dear. Yeah, well, YouTube actually take almost 50% of all the ad revenue as well, which is where they really kind of kick you a little bit. What was it? I was going to look at Ubisoft's profit loss figures. Stand by. So I'm curious now. Have they made more than 4p? Ubisoft Entertainment. This is the one. You're next to Paris stock market. Oh no, they've made an operating profit last year of 313.6 million. Crikey. Yeah, the taxman then takes 40%, 40% off me from every penny earned on the channel as well. So that's so I get sort of nearly 50%, 60% total revenue from YouTube, but then 40% of that then gets taxed by the taxman. God damn it. But hey, we don't do it to chase the money. We do it because I enjoy Flight Sim. Gives me a good old excuse to Flight Sim as well. Means I can buy my doggy nice treats. And we have this epic community as well on this channel, which I love. So, yeah, appreciate that more than anything else. Look at this, so Ridgeline here. I do kind of wish that we had this and we were flying this on MSFS 2024, because I was actually wondering what these sort of mountainous regions would look like in 2024 in comparison to 2020. I bet they look really, really epic. How was work last weekend in the storms? Commentator asked. Very wet, exceptionally windy. But I drove my car in, effectively. I thought it'd be a bit easier that way. What's the weather going to be like tomorrow? Because I might ride the bike in. It's been a little while. Oh, brilliant. Heavy rain at 4 AM. Perhaps not. And then nothing through the rest of the day. I might get wet on the way in. Why not? Bit colder the next day. 3 degrees. 4 degrees. I think I'll be driving in tomorrow then, and then riding for the rest of the week perhaps. It was too windy for the bike. It was like gusts of almost 40 miles an hour, and whilst I'm not scared of that kind of thing, but you know, on a bike it's not very comfortable. Certainly when you go past a lorry that's kicking up tons of spray, and then you get the buffet from that, plus then a 40 odd mile an hour gust that hits the side of the bike and pushes the bike a little bit. There's been times where I've been riding into work and I'm literally leaning at like 30 odd degrees, just trying to stay upright when a gust of wind has really tried to give me a shove. Last Friday, Rab says he was bricking it at home, dodged a bullet with only one roof tile down. Yeah, that I'm very impressed with, because it could have been a heck of a lot worse. You've been really lucky there. Towards the back of the main deck, we've got Osprey Gin and the Hawkstone boxes. Let's see. Oh yeah. Osprey Gin. London Blossom. That's what we've called it. I'm actually very tempted to do like a crowdfunding thing to make that a reality. Osprey Gin. London Blossom. Where's the old? Where's the Hawkstone kit? Let's see if we can spot it. Hergy, no worries, buddy. It's converting to Osprey Eurovision livery, A321 ops from the Zudi, because the Mad Dog A321, the Mad Dog didn't load. That's a bit rubbish. Rab had 90 mile an hour gusts. My goodness. Hawkstone to the right hand side. Ah, gotcha. Right, let's go back. Whoa, we're in the nets. Give us a doggy update. Oh yeah, good spot. So the yeah, Indy's doing very well. This morning we went to a cafe in our town to kind of have a little sit down, breakfast and things. It's something we've not done in a very long time, actually, to be fair. There we go, lovely. There's our booze transportation. Yeah, we had a really lovely full English breakfast. Although she did bark at one of the ladies serving us, but I think she was kind of zoned out at something else. And then when a kind of focus came back, the lady was effectively there serving us a coffee and some orange juice. So she kind of barked at her a little bit. Yeah, she's doing really well. She's got a very gentle, playful nature. When she gets overly excited, she's still got this thing of like trying to bite your arm like a police dog. So, like she kind of jumps up and then grabs your forearm with her mouth, and then tries to like rag it about like a towel or like a bite toy. When she gets overly excited, and you have to try and divert her attention away from that, but it can be quite difficult sometimes. But with people, she's great. With dogs she's really good as well, but she sees another dog and she's like on a long lead or she's off lead and you don't quite grab her quickly enough, then she's off. She runs across the the side of the field. She runs over the field to go and play with this other dog, which is not great. She just kind of full on focuses and you can't get her back. So we have to keep her on a 10-metre long lead, and she has to learn that we give her permission to go to other dogs to play with other dogs. She's still struggling with that. She's so strong-minded and adventurous and confident that she gets in that kind of mode and she doesn't care. But she's doing really well, and she's learning a lot of stuff. She goes to training still every Sunday. Lots of stuff to learn for her, keeping her brain active. Indy is her name. She's a German Shepherd organ aviator. She's already 23 kilograms nearly. Really heavy. I picked her up the other day. Yesterday she was kind of asking to be picked up for some reason. I don't know why. It was a bit weird. But we used to pick her up as a puppy all the time. She loved being carried. So I think she just wanted to be picked up again and carried and stroked and held up and things. So I picked her up and I was like, oh my god. But she had a great time. She was like trying to lick my face and all sorts, wriggling about while I was carrying her. Ryan says, do you think the Labour government in the UK will actually start building the third runway at Heathrow Airport? No, if I'm honest. It's a decision that's been needed for years and years and years and years, but it's actually been something that the airport itself has been trying to achieve now for almost 50 years, I think, which is crazy. But the fact they've said that they will back it is great, but it still needs to now go through planning applications and all that sort of thing, and it's going to be blocked by all the swampies, no doubt, crying about newt populations and the diversion of a river, and you can't possibly put the M25 motorway inside a tunnel. So who knows? I don't think it's going to be. I don't think we're going to see it, to be honest. For maybe, I think at the earliest 2040. But the sad thing is, it's desperately needed. Heathrow, the third runway, is absolutely necessary. If they want to grow the economy, any government, then the sad fact of the matter is Heathrow needs a third runway, Gatwick needs a second runway, and like Birmingham or East Midlands, something like that, or even Manchester needs an additional runway as well. And dare I say, probably, maybe even like Edinburgh or something like that. Yeah, for example, British Airways, they have been massively against the third runway for years. So they are not for the third runway, even though it's biggest. They think, most people think that British Airways will be for the third runway at Heathrow. They're actually not, because they see Heathrow as the most expensive airport in the world on fees. And it, to be fair, actually is. So they want to see Gatwick expand, for example. But yeah, there is enough space for a third runway at Heathrow Yamato. They've actually, there's for the last like 10 odd years, there's been like a compulsory purchase order. So every time somebody would sell a house, or somebody would pass away and their family would try and sell it through probate, for example, Heathrow Airport would come and buy that property. So they own vast amounts of land, pretty much covering the area that they want to put the runway on. But they reckon it will be like 5 to 10 years before a spade gets into the ground to begin the building process. So we're looking at 2030, probably 2037 to 2040. That sort of 3-year block is when that third runway might open. But by that time, we'll have had 2-3 other governments, and they might have even then, boshed it and suddenly refused to allow it. Who knows? But it just shows you how stupid politics in this country is, because ultimately that Heathrow should have had a third runway 15 years ago. If Birmingham had, yeah, I agree, Ian. There we go. Birmingham needs more interest from airlines with better routes. He says it's my local airport, and you just can't go anywhere even slightly different from there. Yeah, precisely. So, some of these regional hubs need to be kind of costed, and they need to be looked at. Birmingham, for example, would be a perfect place for another runway and a big expansion from cargo and a big terminal building, for example. Although a lot of stuff would have to be demolished and moved and things for that to happen. But it's got really good access to the M6 going north, the M42 and M40 going south down to London. It's actually in quite a good location realistically, and even going sideways. You know, connections onto the M5 motorway going down towards Bristol and across to Wales and things. It's in a good location, but you know, they just don't. Maybe they haven't asked for it to be expanded. The authority that owns it, which I think is it Manchester Airport Group that owns Birmingham, Ian. Birmingham Airport ownership. Oh, Jesus Christ. Birmingham Airport is owned by the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, the Employee Share Trust, and 7 different West Midlands District Councils. The Ontario Teachers Pension... So brilliant. So it's owned by a load of Canadian teachers and a pension pot. They own 48.25% of the airport. In November 2024, it was reported that the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan was considering selling its stake in Birmingham Airport to minority shareholders. The OTPP was looking to capitalise on the post-pandemic resurgence in air travel. Have they made any profit last year? Let's have a look at the annual report. Birmingham Airport Holdings Limited. I'm overly curious now. I think it's ridiculous that a load of Canadian teachers can buy an airport. Stupidity. The worst thing they ever did in this country was get rid of BAA, British Airports Authority, who owned, you know, Gatwick and Heathrow and all that sort of thing. The worst thing they ever did was get rid of BAA. Directors report, financials, blah blah blah. Just give me graphs and numbers. Sustainability, energy usage, passenger numbers. Wow, look at that for a difference. 2021 to 2022, almost 3.7 million went through the airport, but then by 2022-2023, 10.5 million went through the airport. Going concern, financial things, worried about money. They've borrowed a load of money. Brilliant, yeah. Here we go. Profit loss attributable to owners of the company. So they've almost made the loss they had the year before back again. Hey Brian, welcome matey. No, this is MSFS 2020. Capital reserves. Oh, I mean that's not very much equity for an airport to hold, is it? Oh no, actually that's is that 1 billion? 105,740,000 total equity. Jeez, that's a hell of a lot. Put up share capital, merger reserve, total equity, retained earnings calculations, merger reserves, consolidated statement of cash flow. 65,861,000. There you go. Nice. Those Ontario teachers are going to be pleased, aren't they? Yeah, exactly, Ian. Crazy. It's a shame because I look back to when I was growing up, and you'll remember for sort of 90s, Ian, aviation, 90s, early noughties at Birmingham, and it was actually going quite well. And you could get pretty much anywhere in Europe. All of the big holiday destinations were more than enough covered at Birmingham. So when I was growing up, we always used Birmingham exclusively, except for one holiday to St Lucia, where we drove all the way to Gatwick to fly with Virgin Atlantic when I was, I think, about 12 or something, 12 or 13 years of age. And then we used East Midlands, I think, once or twice. Off the top of my head. Who's asking about the Heathrow expansion map? Yamato. Here we go. Hold on, mate. I'll just dig it out. It's all over the internet. Let's see. Open image. So this is genuinely what they're looking at doing. So Terminal 2 and 3 will be demolished. This is genuinely the plans, by the way. Terminal 2 and 3 will be demolished, as you can see there. There's then a more central terminal area. So you'll have Terminal East, which is that main building there, and you'll have the two satellites, which are currently Terminal 2B, and then you'll have Terminal 2A as well, as kind of a bit of an offshoot. And then you'll also have the Terminal West, which is currently Terminal 5. And then you'll have Terminal West Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo. And then you'll also have Terminal North, which is up here. And you'll have one satellite terminal there with a load of jetties and remote stands. A couple of big taxiways that effectively where the perimeter road is for the airport now, they'll become a taxiway system. And then you'll have like a main, it's a really bad image, sorry folks, but yeah, you'll have like a main feeder terminal there, which is where the departures forecourt would be. Once you're in there, there'll be like an underground system that will take you to what is known currently as Terminal 5, because you'll have already checked in and gone through security. It's huge, and everything up here is currently farmland and Harmondsworth Village. And you'll see there as well, the M25 will become a tunnel. There'll be a big tunnel going underneath. And Terminal 4 will remain as Terminal 4 down below on the bottom of the airport for what it's worth, along with the cargo centre. So effectively they'll have three massive super terminals, and then Terminal 4 down the bottom, archaic and old still. Brian, but if they do that, they won't be able to utilise it. If they say, you know, Brian's saying there, you'd think they would do a third runway with a different orientation, like north to south. Predominantly, prevailing wind in the UK is southwesterly, so that's why runway 27 at Heathrow is used the most. But effectively, they'll be looking at the third runway being the same direction, because that way they can actually then use all three runways at the same time if it was really busy. There's an argument at the moment that the northern runway, the new northern runway that would get created, would be a little bit like the new one at Frankfurt, where effectively you have what you call it, like, you know, smaller, more modern aircraft, like A320neos, A350s maybe at a push, that would allow they'd be allowed to use the new runway at Heathrow, the third runway at Heathrow, providing they meet certain noise and emission regulations. So they basically have to be a brand new aeroplane, potentially a small aircraft like A320neos, A321neos, and nothing beyond that. And then the bigger aircraft will use 27 centre and left, for example. But yeah, I'm not convinced it will ever be built. Millions and millions have been spent on it already, and still we don't have a spade in the ground, and there's been massive resistance constantly. The new Bath Road would basically just stop Yamato. So it would feed onto the M4 or south, but the Bath Road itself wouldn't become a big tunnel. It would basically just stop pretty much where the M4 spur is. A little bit of that goes towards the Heathrow kind of headquarters at Compass Centre. That's pretty much where the end of the Bath Road would be. It would just be cut there, with a load of airport fencing, and there might be like a control post or something like a security checkpoint, but who knows. But yeah, if they had a runway that was north-south, they wouldn't be able to use that at the same time as the other two runways. It's also easier to create one facing the same direction because they can then quite easily update the SIDS and stars to reflect the new runway without having a massive change. Without having to completely rewrite SIDS and stars and create brand new ones for a northerly departure and that kind of thing, maybe. Who knows? Interesting times ahead though. It would be good to see actually what gets done in the next 2 or 3 years. I'm curious to see how much they actually pull off and how quickly a spade gets in the ground. Realistically, they want to get this built or starting to be built by the time by the end of this government, because otherwise there's a risk the next government will just stop it potentially, and then that'll be the end of that again. And as usual, the UK will fall behind more. I mean, Birmingham used to have 2 runways, didn't it, Ian? Used to have the one that's currently in place, 1533, and then they used to have a very small kind of northern runway as well. Brian wants to see Doncaster Sheffield get reopened. Yeah, I've took off on it once as well, Ian, and it was with Monarch Airlines, I think, from memory. And it was rather sporty. How are we getting on? Oh, there's a suggested step climb there, look. That's good. We'll leave that in. We've got it on auto at the moment, so we'll just see whatever that step climbs us to. Progress. What's the step climb to? 350. Juicy. The crazy thing, Bart, is Schiphol hasn't got anywhere near the amount of traffic that Heathrow manages to pump out on 2 runways, even though Schiphol has got, is it 5 runways? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runways? Yeah, exactly, Ian. Yeah. Terrible. Let's keep the heading bug in line. It is a Boeing. And yeah, Luton's trying to get expanded as well, so as 787 Azerbaijan fan there is saying in the chat, they're looking at terminal expansion and a runway expansion at Luton, with more parking stands for bigger aircraft that will then allow Cody 777, 787, A330 family aircraft as well. Bart says Schiphol has 6 runways now if you include the smaller GA runway. Just ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, it's mad that an airport as big as Schiphol actually has general aviation still taking place. You can't go anywhere near Heathrow, for example. Elk says there's no runway extension proposed at Luton, only a second terminal with taxiways going to the end, so aircraft don't need to backtrack any longer. Interesting. I thought originally they were looking at the a bigger terminal, but also a different, like an expanded runway. But maybe I've got that confused with a different airport. I know London City are looking at allowing A320 Neos and things in by creating RNAV approaches up the Thames. That would be quite cool. Where is it? Oh yeah. And Gatwick obviously looking to use the second runway, which they use as a taxiway effectively, the emergency runway as they call it. They're hoping to see that tweaked and become usable. Apparently that's spade ready as well, so they could do that pretty fast. If the Chancellor was to say, we approve this, then effectively Gatwick probably would be able to gear up quicker than Heathrow, which would be great news because it would then increase competition. And actually it might spur Heathrow to hurry up as well. Bryce is heading to the Flight Sim weekend show at Lelystad in March. Very exciting, flying into Schiphol. How have you found the hotels? Because I was looking at it the other week, thinking, because I was hoping to attend, and some of the hotels around Lelystad were almost like £1,000 for 3 nights. And I can't justify that. That's just a ridiculous amount of money. Got quite a way to go until the step climb. I forget how long this route actually is. 8.3. Interesting that hasn't snapped across. Just whack it up to 8.4. 8.5. Are they cargo aircraft flying into Luton, the A330s? Ivato is our arrival into Heathrow, into Nairobi. So where would we transition from? What's the difference between the 2 Romeo and the 4 Bravo? So looking really far ahead into the approach here. Oh, that looks tight. Look at that. Vectors then from a 2-do into Nairobi. Now that 4 Bravo. That's quite tight as well. Chuff and neck. On 330 for what? Who has a transition altitude? Oh no, airport elevation 5330. Again, quite high. So Vato 2 Romeo. That looks like the better bet. So we'll add that to see what comes up here. Runway 24. We're hoping for an ILS. We don't have one. So we can have VOR DME or RNAV 24. RNAV 24. That'll do, and a 2-do transition. EPNIB mandatory 8100. And transition level, flight level 100 there as well for the approach in to Nairobi. Jomo Kenyatta. 24 working all the way in. We'll probably. Oh, we could hit the brakes and come off there, but then we're pretty much in direct conflict with anything coming out towards the runway for departure. So we could go right to the end effectively. I'm not sure which apron we need to park at, because the central apron is the passenger area. Let's have a look. Okay, cargo terminal, apron 2. So there we go. We'll park We'll go off the runway, Kilo, right Golf, and we'll go and park on the remote stands here at Cargo. And I'm interested to see what this all looks like, to be fair. There is a really nice freeware Nairobi that we've used previously from memory. Minimums, we'll just go for the LNAV minimums, 5730. So it's going to take ages to scroll the wheel, so might as well start now. It's going up by 10s, thankfully. 5730. That'll do. Just have that sat there. That's ready to go for later. Let's have a little look at Volanta, because it's been a little while since we booted this bad boy up. Let's have a look. So I'll pop that screenshot in. Leading the pack, Badger, in the back British Farming inspired Osprey World Cargo 777 as well, very nice. Got an aeroplane flying below us, 737 at 7000, going over Harare. Zato's flying a different route, but ending up hopefully in the same place. Also in the special back British Farming jet. Very nice. We got Ian Osprey 2472. He's flying the Osprey World Cargo mainline livery. I love the colours. Look at that. Squally Osprey 6 Lima Juliet Saden flying along as well. We've got Peter Osprey 32. I think that is all of us. Yeah, lovely job. So I'm going to flight for somebody. Airbridge 666X all the way to Stansted. Wow. A400 on VATSIM CTM 114. Crikey. It's flown out of Egypt. And he's done some weird snap thing there. I'm not sure what that is. Probably crashed his desktop or something. Still need to go to Madagascar, to be fair. Oh, there's Hergy. Got him. Oh, look at that for an airstrip. And there's our special Eurovision 2025 special livery. For those of you who like that kind of thing. It does look pretty cool, actually, to be honest. In fairness. So he's all the way there in the island of Mayotte, Mamoudzou, flying out of the Zudzi Pamanzi International Airport. There we are. Is there freeware scenery for that, Hergy? No, I have never used X-Plane. It's Microsoft Flight Simulator all the way for me. First ever EasyJet flight, Brian. Nice. He's staying at a nice hotel as well, staying at Van der Valk Hotel. Price was reasonable, €532 for 3 nights, 2 of us. Wow. Oh, he's not too bad. Maybe I left it a bit too late. But yeah, I think I completely forgot about FS weekend. I think the puppies kind of absorbed most of my brain power, and I forgot because I was aiming to go this time round. Who knows? I've flown EasyJet once, no, twice in fact, to Cyprus and to Rome, and actually both times they were fine. You get what you pay for. It wasn't like a BA service, which is a bit more finessed, a bit nice, but yeah, no. Yamata says Mayotte almost got destroyed by a cyclone last month. Christ, didn't know that. Maybe we'll have to do Zudzi, or however. I can't say that. I don't know how to say that, my goodness. Zudzi? We'll have to go there one day, flying with something. Canadian Flight Simulator says he'd love to have the 777 Freighter, but it seems like he wants to wait until it's compatible with MSFS 2024 at the very least. Yeah, fair enough. And they've also got the A350 coming soon for mini builds, so he's going to have to pick. Yeah, that's the difficulty, isn't it? Finding which one you want if you can only buy one. Very nice landscape below. Little airport there that we're just crossing over. It's not really a little airport. I think it's Harare actually, international. Let's try and find it. Yeah. Robert Mugabe International, FVRG, Harare, Zimbabwe. Bart says he lives an hour's drive from Lelystad, but he doesn't think he's going to go to FS weekend. Yeah, pretty much Ian. Morning, Christopher, woke up. Interesting. My Chrome's just crashed. Just give it a little refresh. Commentators inbound, VHA. We are at a different waypoint. We are... Oh no, we're crossing VHA now actually. In 4 miles anyway. Right, give me 5 minutes folks. I've got to pop out. Fill up my pint of water. That should see me good for the rest of the stream. Maybe grab a biscuit or two as well. Jam sandwich creams are like the biscuits of kings. If you don't know what they are, Google it while I'm gone. They're like an advanced version of a jammy dodger. I got called posh at work for our tea club, asking for them to be ordered as like a personal preference biscuit choice. And then everyone gobbles them up the second they actually end up in the biscuit tin, which is rather convenient. I will leave you with that view there. How's that? And I'll be back in about maybe 4 minutes. Right, there we go. Thank you for waiting, everyone. I went downstairs, realised the roast chicken that I had rolled yesterday at the butcher's hasn't been prepped, so had a little mad panic of trying to sort all of that as well. So I've got all of that out of the fridge, the oven's preheating. Hopefully the missus will be back from a dog walk to then actually do the cooking element of it. Because we've been told to let it rest for an hour afterwards, after it's been cooked. But I assume she's gone. I don't know where she's gone. One of the local fields, I'd imagine, anyway. Yeah, I missed the 777, to be fair, commentator as well. It's a great aeroplane, and we flew it over like a couple of days when it got released, the 777 freighter, and then we've not really got round to flying it since, and I've missed it ever since. It's so good. Get that view, lovely. Flying Panda says no way I could let some tasty chicken rest for a whole hour. Yeah, I usually don't, but I went yesterday because I've decided now to cut back on things like coffee. I've cut back on Amazon Prime and all that to save a bit of money, because that way what I can then do is go and buy fresh meat from the butchers that are all from the local farms near us instead, and effectively that way I know the quality of the meat's a hell of a lot better. And it doesn't cost that much more than Tesco's, which is where I get my shopping from anyway, but the food is like 3-4 times better. And they prepped a roast chicken for me yesterday, so they cut all the bones out, and then they effectively took the whole chicken, put a load of sausage meat inside of it, pork and leek sausage meat, and then rolled it and tied it up. And so basically the end of it is like you cook it, not like you would normally for a roast chicken. It's like 2 hours or so at 180. And then you take it out and you put it on a wooden board and you cover it in tin foil, and then you also cover it with a tea towel, and you let it just sit and rest and absorb all the rest of the meat, because the meat will continue to cook for about 30 odd minutes after that as well. Data Gaber, welcome, thanks for the like, mate. What's your opinion on the iFly Max 8, Ryan says. So that's very nearly what we flew today. It's a superb aeroplane. And the iFly team are still working on lots of updates and all the rest of it. It's really, really good. So yeah, we nearly flew that today. It might well be the next aeroplane we fly, but it depends on whether or not anything else gets released or anything in that, in the next, between now and whenever it is that we do a stream next, anyway. Day Gamer, it's the Volanta overlay. Yeah, I'm always on dinner duty, Ian. I do most of the cooking. So yesterday I did like a minted lamb chops with it was an olive, caper, parsley, pine nut salsa with extra virgin olive oil that we brought back from Greece when we went to Rhodes, with a load of lemon juice and salt pepper squeeze. So it's really nice. It's nice, fresh, not too carby. Although I put in some smashed new potatoes with butter as well, just as an extra thing. But I quite enjoy cooking. I like making nice meals, a nice little glass of red wine with it, that sort of thing. The only thing, so I was just eating my last jam sandwich cream biscuit there. The only thing that I don't like about cooking is when I've done I've been out of the house for 14 hours, for example, 15 hours of a day, because I've been at work, 12-hour shifts, plus an hour commute each side, plus an hour to get ready for work before I leave. So 12, 13, 14, yeah, 15 hours. And then I come home, and the other half might be on a late shift. So then nobody's in. I've got to sort dinner out and also then go and get the dog, and it's a hell of a lot to compress into 2 hours. That's when I don't really like cooking very much. It's the only caveat to that, really. Beyond that, I do like cooking, providing I've got the time. So today it's going to be roast chicken, so I'm going back to work from tomorrow. So we do like a midweek roast sometimes as well, rather than it being traditionally on a Sunday. We've not had a roast chicken in bloody ages. In fact, the last roast we had was actually technically Christmas dinner on Christmas Day. I think, off the top of my head. Or did we have a lamb recently? No. Yeah, Christmas Day, I think. Wow. Start work again next week after 6 weeks off, Ian says. The new school year starts down here next week. But he's looking forward to it. He loves working with kids. That's really good to hear. James says, can you make a good beef Wellington? I've never had, I've never made one, no. I'm not sure if I'd know how. I'd have to follow a recipe for that. But the butchers where I get my food, they do like little mini beef Wellingtons. One with like a mushroom sauce, the other one's like a peppercorn sauce. So we have that every now and again. We'll have one of those, and that's pretty nice. It's got a little square of beef fillet steak inside of it as well. It's very nice. Hello Wesley, how you doing, mate? Good afternoon, or good evening for you. Yeah, Wesley likes a little bit of cooking, doesn't he? If people were tuning in now and they're watching, they're at work, so they've just put their headphones in. The screen is like off. The screen's locked, and all they can hear is audio. They would be so confused. Like, hold on, I thought I was listening to a flight sim channel. Look at this. This is lovely. Trying to find what that is on the map. That's the Kahora Bassa Reservoir. Wow. That goes all the way to Zumbo Airport and Luangwa Airport. They are basically the edge of Mozambique and Zambia, like a little middle border crossing thing. So over there is the kind of furthest point of Mozambique, and the border with Zambia, just off in the distance over there. It's this huge reservoir. My goodness, look at the size of it. It doesn't look like a reservoir either, it looks like a natural lake. And then over there we've got Chitima and Songo in Mozambique. This isn't the one that they did on the Grand Tour, is it? And it was like one of the biggest man-made lakes in the world. Absolutely flying panda. Chris Packett says, anyone using an SSD, and if so, which one do you suggest? I want to use it to store my scenery, etc. onto, and link to my M2 MSFS drive. I've got two M2 PCIe NVMe slots cards, but I haven't got a physical SSD anymore. SATA SSD or whatever I think isn't it technically called. Step climb coming up. Just gotta sort this out. 15 miles. That's on auto, so it should flick to 350 for us shortly. Nice one, Wesley. No worries if you can't. We have some great service out of South Africa. That's still going to be the Optimum. Oh no, Optimum's 340 now. Max 358. That's how heavy we are. Jeez. We probably would have been, any more than this would have been limited on payload for fuel if we were flying any further. Stacked her right up full of fuel. Ah, look at that. Let's see what it looks like outside, shall we? Superb. Yeah, Ian, very true. Says don't forget, Chris Backett, or anyone else watching, if you're planning on moving from 2020 to MSFS 2024 permanently anytime soon, then the base sim uses a fraction of the drive space. So you wouldn't necessarily need to upgrade if you're going to remove one. Looks like we've started the step climb. Have we? Doesn't tell us what fuel saving we'll end up with. It also hasn't gone into the step climb, interestingly enough. Hey ho, we will do it manually. Just a smooth 800 foot per minute will be sufficient. We don't need to do big movements at this higher altitudes. Day, not sure, mate. I think we're not even halfway. What is our estimated time in 16:21 Z? So basically, we've got 2 hours left to go. Christ. Might whack it to back 8.6. See where we get. See how we get on. Trying to work out where to go for like a staycation as well around May or June time, and it's a bit tricky to choose because for the price of sort of 4 or 5 days in Wales or Devon or the Peak District or the Lake District, I could literally go for a week to Greece, including flights, all inclusive. It's just ridiculous. So it's a bit of a hard sell for me really to go anywhere for a staycation, but the missus wants to go and take the dog away for her first holiday because she'll be almost a year old. She'll be like 10 or 11 months old at that point. But I was looking at doing maybe like the Isle of Wight or even France. I looked at Le Touquet, which is just south of Calais, although Calais apparently is an absolute train wreck of a place. But you can get Eurostar, Les Shuttle, I think it might be called, where you drive in, 30 minutes later you drive off, and you're in France. And then you can go down to the south, sort of south of Calais, some of the coastal regions around there. Some of them are quite dog friendly. And they're about €300 for 3 or 4 nights. But there's like a pet passport thing, which is a bit tricky. That's the only problem. The other alternative would be something like the taking the ferry. So if I was to go to the Isle of Wight, for example, we'd have to take the ferry from Portsmouth, I think it is, to one of the ports on the Isle of Wight, and it's like a 40-minute, 50-minute ferry journey. The caveat there is, I don't know if the dog would like being on a ferry ship. And it's a bit late when you get there to then find out that they don't, and then what do you do? You're a bit stuck. Although Indy's very confident, very, very confident for a dog. So I reckon she'd probably take it in her stride. If we're confident, she kind of mirrors that. So it's hard to tell. I don't know. Part of me likes the idea of Isle of Wight because apparently it's exceptionally dog friendly, but it's hard to work out where to go. And I loathe Wales was absolutely stunning, but some of these places are over £1,000 for 4 nights, and I loathe the idea of paying that when that could be a very small all-inclusive hop away somewhere. With some red cells there. We'll keep an eye on that. If they end up by our purple line here, we might want to drift across out of the way. That's probably going to be this lot over here. I mean, I've got two 2TB NVMe M2 slots, and they're almost practically full. But then I've got DCS installed with a whole load of maps, so hundreds of gigabytes. I've got MSFS 2020 installed, and I've got MSFS 2024 installed as well, and I've got loads of other content, kind of created videos and all that sort of stuff, so it very quickly ends up filling up the hard drive. I have way too many screenshots as well. I keep deleting, and then I find I've got another 30 or 40 a week later. I've tried to find out what I've missed over the last few weeks, because it's been beyond the couple of bits of content that I've been doing. The Mad Dog, that's now in beta. That's in a special beta. The DA40XLS that I did a video on the other day, by the way, that's just been released today, so that's out now. That was a really nice aeroplane, although I kept on the ground. I kept flooding the engine and I had to basically do Control E, but it worked pretty well. The A330-900 custom cockpit that we launched, we did a special preview of about a month ago now. That's now been released a few days ago as well, so you can update that. If you didn't see the video last week, Just Flight's Avro Vulcan is now compatible with MSFS 2024, so that's one of those things that you'll be able to kind of download and enjoy. Such a superb aeroplane that is. And the TFDI Designs MD-11 has had quite a few big updates to it as well, fixing some bugs and issues. And that, yeah, that's a cracking aeroplane, but it had a whole lot of issues last time we flew it. It'll be interesting to see how it's progressed, because it was enjoyable to fly. It's such a unique, iconic aeroplane to look at. Sky Simulations have released the DC-9, but remember we did the coverage of their DC-10, I think it was, or MD-11, the Sky Simulations MD-11 about 2 years ago, and it was one of the worst things that I've ever flown in the sim, but actually exceptionally highly priced as well. So that's just a proper stay away from that kind of add-on. It's not very good at all. And yeah, the PMDG 777-200ER is in beta testing, which is very good. I still need to get into MSFS 2024's career mode. I know some of you have been enjoying that. But I mean, pretty much now, if I'm flying in the sim, it's because I've got a bit of time, I've got a few hours in the day, whatever it might be. And with that, I do something very specific with it. Whether that be a preview video or whatever else, so who knows. Rab says he may never buy MSFS 2024, it just doesn't appeal to me. Badger says Jersey's really nice in the summer. It's probably a bit far though for a boat to get on a ferry and stuff without knowing 100% that the dog can go on the ferry safely without any kind of stress or issues. Prices during COVID for these places went up. Ian says they seem to have forgotten that we can go back to Greece now for the same price, so they need to bring their prices back down to dreary, cold, wet, windy Britain prices. The thing is, people are paying it regardless. That's the issue. People are still booking these places at £1,000, so they just say, well, you know what, I don't need, someone will pay, I don't need to lower the price for you, someone else will book it. And that's kind of the attitude of a lot of these places that I've found. I feel like I've completed Airbnb and Booking.com. I mean, some of these places, there was one place, and it looked fantastic, it has to be said, and it was £1,800 for like 4 nights. And that's in the UK. It's ridiculous. You can go to Greece, you can go to Spain, you can go somewhere really nice for that. Croatia as well, that sort of thing. Birdman says the Isle of Wight is a lovely place. Got to go to the miniature village and do the chairlift at the Needles. Yeah, that sprung into my mind yesterday. What about the Isle of Wight? So it's one of those places that I've started to look at for a place to go for a little trip. But yeah, it's just the ferry. It's a little bit of an unknown, isn't it? I'm sure the dog will be fine. Yeah, 1,800 quid in Australian dollars for you guys. Ian, that's almost 3,600 Australian dollars for 4 nights to somewhere in like Wales or Peak District. That's crazy, isn't it? Angola, Luanda, is that where you're from, Day? I don't know if there's any scenery for that actually, but it's part of the world that I've not explored in the sim. It would be quite cool. That's starting to develop into a... We had a tailwind of departure, it's slowly backing, isn't it? So now we've got a crosswind, we might end up with a bit of a headwind slowing us down. But we can't go any faster. Ground speed 509, indicated 295. And we've got UD picks coming up in 21. So I'm just going to have a look at the flight plan. What is it? UD picks. So we should have 21.5 tons of fuel on board. Loads. That's good. We're almost in, I think, Tanzanian airspace. James, no, it doesn't really appeal to me. I've been to the US quite a lot when, in my previous job when I was flying for BA. San Diego was stunning. I'd go back there in a heartbeat. Maybe Boston as well, because that felt it felt very familiar. Being New England, a lot of the same sort of architecture that you get used to in the UK, that sort of thing. But again, it just doesn't massively interest me. I think if I was to go anywhere on a holiday in the US, it would be San Diego, more than anywhere else. I'd probably not even consider anywhere else, to be honest, in America. And I don't even want to go to the Caribbean anymore. It's one of those strange sort of places. It's got some beautiful places within it, but actually even some of these countries like Turks and Caicos Islands are actually now exceptionally violent, and there's huge issues with crime, gun crime, murder, all that kind of crazy stuff. So tourists getting hit all the time. So I don't really want to go anywhere like that and take a risk that I don't need to. And people think they're actually really nice, peaceful places. Certainly the big luxury islands like the Turks and Caicos, but actually they are full of violence, and it's getting worse. Also, and this sounds really bad, it's full of really loud Americans. And I know that almost 40% of you guys watching on the channel are American, but even when we went to in Rhodes, was this really nice adult-only, tranquil, quiet place, and then halfway through the holiday, 4 Americans turned up, and you could hear them everywhere. Everywhere they went, you could hear them. But do you need to be that loud? No. You don't need to tell everybody you're American. Everybody knows they can hear you. It's just I know that's one of the reasons why I wouldn't go back to the Caribbean, because it was just too loud. I like to be away from all that. I like to have a bit of peace and quiet, a bit of tranquility. I don't want to hear "oh my god" all the time. Ah! It's too much. I like to hear the waves, all that kind of stuff. Even Antigua was stunning. That was the first place me and my other half went on holiday, and it was a really nice resort. Certainly for a first big holiday. I mean, it was a big holiday for a first holiday, but yeah, it was superb. But I remember there being a guy on the beach that was selling aloe vera in an empty water bottle, plastic water bottle. But I got like horrible murderer vibes off him. All the others were fine, really nice, but this guy, there was just something about him that just didn't feel it didn't feel right. So I got real bad vibes from him. And then you know, the American folk that were there were just so loud, you couldn't get away from it, and that kind of ruined the vibe of it. I want to go to Cape Town as well. I know it's dotting all around the world, but you know, South Africa's meant to be superb, and Cape Town's meant to be amazing. So I'd love to see that one day. Julian, welcome. Welcome. How you doing? Post-weave, total block time of about 4 hours. Badger tends to go to Scotland for his holiday. Yeah, I mean, you live, well, you live kind of, let's see, where is it? Merseyside way, don't you? So actually for you, Scotland's just up the M6. That's not too far away, whereas I'm all the way down near Oxford, like sort of Reading direction. So for me, we were looking at places like Scotland and things, but it's like a 6-7 hour drive for some of these places. It's quite a lot to have a dog in the back of the car for. So I don't know. Peak District's on the radar. That'd be quite nice. Shropshire Hills National Landscape, Cotswolds, Dorset National Park, that kind of bit. Isle of Wight, that could be quite nice. I'm starting to, the Isle of Wight idea is growing on me, to be fair. Norfolk, but even then there's quite a trek. You've got to go all the way through down to the M25, round up to the A1M, or the M11, up to Cambridge through Newmarket. There's no easy way of getting there. In fact, how long would it take to get to... I'm just gonna quickly pick a place in Scotland. That looks very rural. Carlisle. That must be the borders. That's Newcastle upon Tyne, Northumberland. Yes, that's good. Oh, there's the border there on the map. Dumfries, could have a little look there. Galloway National Park, Castle Douglas. Right. Let's click there. Directions to Gatehouse of Fleet. Even Google took ages to load that then. My goodness, 6 hours, 2 minutes, 350 miles. Too long, isn't it? Oh yeah, we know that, James, we know that. Most are fine, but it's the loud ones you remember the most. Scotland's hard to beat if the weather's kind, which isn't very often, Rab says. Very true. Mind you, you're out in the all weather in your bike anyway, so it doesn't bother you too much. And yeah, I mean, the bits of Scotland I have seen are superb, but it's just a bit far. Aviemore. That sounds very far away. Aviemore. Oh my goodness, they do skiing there. Cairngorms National Park in the Highlands. Oh crikey, that's going to be... The heck? My Google phone started shouting at me then. Right. I'm running a Google route map now. 8 hours 32 up to 9.5 hours, 520 miles. Jesus, wheeze. I was certainly around Inverness, going up to the coast, the very north coast of things. That is meant to be superb, but yeah, it's just too far for me. I mean, in that time, I could drive to Liverpool, get on a ferry to the Isle of Man, and be on the Isle of Man. Or I could be in Wales driving around Snowdonia National Park, which is just absolutely stunning in about half the time. Add this destination. Get rid of Aviation. Yeah, 4 hours 30 minutes, 192 miles. I can be in Wales on the coast. Horror fan, thanks mate. Monitoring us on VATMap. Oh, bar, that's epic. Nice one. How is the leg recovering, Peter? Yeah, London's not that great anyway, James. It looks great on a postcard, but actually it's a horrible city. Full of crime, full of pickpocketers and robbers and oxygen thieves ragging around on an e-scooter trying to nick your personal belongings and all sorts of horrible stuff. Not great. Oh, I can't stand it. So I wouldn't recommend it, and by not being able to visit, you're not missing out, I can promise you that much. If it's any consolation. Fly Panda Epic. Was that based on Ian's recommendation ages ago? It seems like ages and ages and ages ago Ian recommended it, and we were talking about it. I think maybe like in the summer on a stream, I can't remember now. I just feel like a right old long time ago though. Bit good. One crutch. It's progress. Stick at it. Make sure you're doing your physiotherapy as well and stuff like that if you can. When it gets that way. When you end up in the physiotherapy stage. That's the most important thing. When I broke my leg and my ankle, which is what, those of you who know from the very early days of the channel, that's what started it. The physiotherapy made the difference. I had some awful physiotherapy that really didn't help me progress. And then I had some amazing physiotherapy through like a charity that we get through work, or like access to at work, and they had me spring back really fast actually as well because of how good their physiotherapy was. Split based on Ian's recommendation. Enjoying flying there. Yeah, I'd love to do the Scottish Highlands, but it's so far away, isn't it? You could do, like, for half the distance, you could go to Wales and just have an amazing time anyway. And Wales is nice. It is nice. Yeah, I remember you talking about it, Ian85. And it tempted us, because I think I spent about another day or so actually looking at flights and holidays to Bergen, but there was no flights, I think. Where was it from? It was like Stansted with Ryanair, or I had to go to, might have been Birmingham, I think, or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. But I remember having a real good look at it. Manchester. Oh, there we go. I think Gatwick actually was the option for me that was closest. Rhyl. 2 weeks in Rhyl. Town in Wales. Not the township in Austria. Wow, that actually looks really bloody nice. In Denbighshire. Coast of North Wales at the mouth of the River Clwyd. Oh, that's really North Wales, isn't it? That's quite close to Liverpool. A lot of holiday parks around there. Alright, there we go, we're sold. We've got a McDonald's and a Tesco. It's hard working out if places are dog friendly and stuff though as well. We're kind of looking and trying to find places in the locations we're looking at that have got like the ability to have dogs go into them, if that, and so you can go in and sit down, that sort of thing, or like a pub garden or whatever it might be. Get some really high level cloud here now. That looks very nice. I'm looking at places in Rhyl now. Little cottage. Does it have a barbecue? That's the biggie. Yes, it does. Crikey, and them views. I have to send that to the boss. Birdman says Rhyl is not that great, but the North Wales coast is. Do you hark from around Rhyl as well, Ian? There's a lot of you that are familiar with that. Yeah, Magluk's great. That's where we went last time. Sort of June time last year. We went to Snowdonia National Park, stayed in Llanbrynmawr. Really nice sort of place, but the actual facility that we stayed at was not that comfortable. It was one of those kind of like cabiny type things, but it was like metal corrugated cladding on the outside and in the middle of a farm field, which the situation of it, the actual location was beautiful, but the way they'd done it just really fell short, and we ended up leaving a day early or a night early because we weren't getting any sleep, it wasn't particularly comfortable, all that sort of stuff. There's a few of you now putting me off real. Maybe I'll delete those messages and I'll pretend like I've not checked that bit. I mean, the roads around kind of Snowdonia National Park were superb. They were so good. Pretty much, James. Oh, Flyback, that's going to be epic, Flying Panda. Especially going somewhere like Bergen, your little one's first holiday. That's going to be really exciting. And the flight's not too long either, so for a first flight it's going to be pretty cool. Especially with how scenic that approach is. We do it all the time in the sim, don't we? We know how good that's going to look. Be interested to see it in real life for sure. Make sure you visit the aquarium, Flying Panda, Ian says there. Be great for your little one. He enjoyed it as an adult. Wow. It was stationed at RF St Athan in his RF days. Yeah, beautiful part of it's near Nuki, isn't it? I think RF St Athan. It's a really nice part of Cornwall. I think it's Cornwall. I get Cornwall and Devon confused all the time. Yeah, like St Athan, I'm sure it's like Nuki, isn't it? Sort of way, which is. Devon? Yeah, that's a tough call, Flying Panda. Llandudno as well, Ian says there. Be quite nice. David says Rill is a bit Blackpool-y. Okay, maybe not then. That's not my kind of vibe. I want peace and quiet, tranquility and good views, and a barbecue and space to cook stuff out in a garden-y type thing. Llandudno, Berman says, is a nice place on the north coast of Wales. Jeeps, loads of ton. 10.7. Look at that. The faster speed there is blowing our fuel burn down to 10.7. So we've still got 9,000 kilos of fuel to burn through before we get to Nairobi. It's hard finding places to go. And I've been tempted to go like to the real far kind of bit of north-west Wales, Aberdaron, that kind of thing, Bardsey Island. Aberdyfi, in there. Because we stayed, it wasn't a million miles away from McClinnock. We stayed last time, that Lamberry Mare place, and the location was really nice. There wasn't loads to do, that's the only thing. There wasn't lots and lots of stuff to do from what I remember. Although the Mac loop was pretty epic. Oh, real life rap. Staycation stuff. Well, as always, Pembrokeshire. Four hours, 40-minute drive. Jeez. National Trust Southwood Estate. Oh my goodness, it's huge. So somewhere around Rockgate, that could be quite a good one. Pembrokeshire Coast National Park. Haverfordwest. You get a train there, can't you? ROCH. See, some of this, I mean, that's ridiculous. There's a caravan on here, an Airstream caravan on a farm, and it's 600 quid for 3 nights. That's ridiculous. £1,200 for a 4-bedroom home. That's almost how much my mortgage costs in a month. Look at this, this is so good. It's nice seeing a few different cloud types in the sim as well. Flying Banner says do not go to Morecambe. Roger, got that. Yeah, and welcome mate. Yours PFP3N from Winwings arrived today, very exciting. What are you going to fire it up and do first? Where are you going to fly? I'll avoid Lamberis then, Birdman. Went to a place called Lamberis with the Air Training Corps North Wales years ago. It was the most depressing place, but we had a great time. My goodness, yeah, I won't be going there then. Yeah, that'd be great, Jan. That'd be so fun. You didn't even have to wait very long for it, did you? That's pretty good. Was it like a delivery in a week? Nice work. I was kind of wishing that they would get it patched so that my 3N would work with the 777, but it doesn't, unfortunately. Each one works with its own specific aircraft type, because the cross-compatibility hasn't come out yet, but I was kind of hoping that I could somehow get hold of the cross-compatibility thing and use it today, but no. There's always another time. And I was going to get Moby Flight to connect the Winwing FCU and EFIS to the 777 to make that work, and then that one said that you need to run FSU IPC 7. And that was something I just don't want. I've uninstalled it because I find FSU IPC 7 so unstable it causes more issues than it needs to in the sim, so I just don't really use it. Pontins and stuff like that, I'd never go there, Birdman. Yeah, that's it, Jan. That's how long mine took. About 2 weeks. Yeah, same sort of routing as well. China, Amsterdam to Paris, then to the UK. Did mine go to Amsterdam? I think mine went to Belgium actually. But it's basically they just pay for FedEx the cheapest postage, and FedEx just plonk it on the planes where they've got some space, I suppose. Fill it up. Cheapest route possible. HTGW. En route waypoint. Airport below. That is going to be Songwe Airport in Tanzania, near Mbeya. This kind of south coast, southern border. So all the way over there, many miles away, we'll have Zanzibar, Dar es Salaam, and then we're further up the coast, the other side of the border, Mombasa on the coastline. Adam, Parallel 42 Flow Pro. That one there. I'll get you a link for it if you wish. It's an affiliate link. Doesn't increase the cost of anything, but it helps support the channel whenever you buy anything using the link. But Flow Pro is the one you want. The only caveat though is if you were to buy it now, Parallel 42 have said that when they get compatibility with MSFS 2024 working finally, they will be charging a nominal fee for an upgrade. Just something to bear in mind there. Is that out already, David? So it's one of those developers that I just don't have a relationship with at all. Like Flow Pro, for example, I purchased myself because I wanted to use it, make use of it. I thought it'd be quite good to do. Oh, fair enough. I don't know if I'd use anything like chase plane camera. Yeah, no, mine just worked itself. But you've got to make sure you run SimToolkit Pro before you load up the sim, because that's what then monitors in the background the connection in your simulator to locate what aeroplane you're flying and whether it will work or not. Canadian Flight Simmer, no, I'm not. Well, I'm not sure. Is DLSS 4.0 coming out today? What's the current sim on? Maybe it'd be time for me to switch onto DLSS. DLSS quality. DLSS 4. I wonder if that'd be particularly good in the sim or not. Yeah, I haven't read too much about it, David. I'm not massively sure of it, to be honest. Let's have a quick Google. New camera system will come with physics system, making you feel more immersed than before in the sim. You'll have complete control over the camera, including axis and zoom, along with the ability to create flyby and cinematic modes. I'll probably well end up getting this then. Sounds very good. Just gonna click on here onto their Parallel 42 YouTube. I hope this works and doesn't break the stream. I'll put it on mute naturally because I don't know if there's going to be any issues with music and things.
Fully customizable camera system is now.
Because we can't release the API to them.
Hopefully you guys can hear this.
Hi, Edson.
Hi, Jorg. Our award-winning, fully customizable camera system is now ready.
Wow, there goes the music, so I don't get a copyright strike. Oh, it's a teaser, but it's not actually really showing very much, is it? So you don't know what it's going to look like. Let's hope it'll be quite good. I don't know Canadian Flight Sim, to be honest. Cinematic camera control, amongst other things. So, fun fact, the country we're now flying over the top of, Tanzania, is the only place in the world that you can get tanzanite. Like mined tanzanite. What is fact of the day for you? Ooh, Flying Panda. The new driver should be out today because it's the release date of the first NVIDIA 5000 series cards. Yeah, my 4090 now is no longer the top pick. It's supposed to be good and clear and less ghosting, Canadian Flight Sim says, for DLSS 4.0. It's out right now, ArcLight says. Ian, yeah, exactly. I'm rubbish at general knowledge quizzes though. Pub quiz, that kind of thing. Absolutely shocking at that. Yeah, I was going to say, to be fair, the 4090 that I've got is still going to beat the majority of the 5000 series cards that they've released. And yeah, the 4090 will be great for years to come. As Tony F is saying there, it's still a powerhouse of a GPU. Zato says Chase Plane is not just cinematics, it also adds some physics-based logic too, like head movements and stuff like that. So that's similar to the God, what was that add-on we used years ago? FS Realistic. It's basically a an advanced version of that, with the head tip, like the head movements and things. Pretty cool. It does sound good, certainly for the cinematic camera stuff. I'd be interested to get it to use on the channel for content. Yeah, suppose, Adam, most people are going to now buy 4000 series cards because of... the 4000 series cards because the 5000 stuff is releasing, so they might assume that therefore there's been a price drop of some sort, but I don't think, realistically, like you say, the price drop for the 4000s is going to really happen anytime soon, or not least a big price drop. It will probably stay roughly where it is. But yeah, if you've got a 4000 card, you don't need to upgrade to a 5000 series card by any measure. These 4000 series cards are absolute beasts still. Yeah, Ian, that's it. It took a while for some people to notice that. Basically, flight control replay doesn't work very well with a lot of aeroplanes. So when you do replay some of them, like the A380, all the control surfaces twitch up and down, left and right, all over the place. It's all a bit weird. But until that stabilises, I thought, well, everyone was asking for an A380 intro video anyway, so I thought well, it'll have to do. Until it's fixed. Hopefully it might be fixed sometime soon, if not already. Just haven't got around to filming a new intro. I need to get one done for the 777 really. Get this one in view. ...2020, David. I find flight control replay exceptionally buggy in 2024 as well. Sometimes it records and you click it and then it doesn't open. And then I found sometimes it then does open but it hasn't recorded anything. And it's a right mess. I don't know how they've allowed it in. Because it just doesn't seem to work very seamlessly. I don't know, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm not using it properly. But it does seem a bit of a mess in the new sim. Yeah, flight control replay still doesn't really control everything, so it still doesn't, not in everything at least anyway, so it still might not control throttle, reverse thrust, flaps, spoilers, it might not control those, it might not recognise the light SimVars, what setting they're on. I think it's a payware add-on, it's not that great. For basic aircraft it works pretty well, but yeah, flight control replay is overall a bit of a mess. But like Zato says, the majority of the time it doesn't actually work properly. Is Sky Dolly compatible with MSFS 2024, Birdman? Got 1 hour to go to touchdown apparently. I forgot how long this flight was actually, I thought it'd be a bit shorter than this. Evening MPS, how you doing mate? Hope you're well. Are you feeling better for your latest bout of illness? Hopefully you are. It looks like we're pretty set with runway 24 for an arrival as well, so Vato 2 Romeo, RNAV 24, transition to 2do. How many miles have we got to top ascent? 320. I reckon we can pop it in anyway. So, let's see. Gemma Kenyatta. On our 2-4, 2do transition, about 2 Romeo. And then we can have a little look at the legs page. Let's get the charts up on a little split screen. Yeah, I've still got the cough, MPS Gaming, and this is from like the COVID-y illness that I had on the literally on the New Year, 30th of December through to like the 2nd or so of January, 3rd of January. That bout of illness that I had. I'm convinced it was COVID, a horrible new version of COVID. But I've still got a horrible cough that albeit not frequent, but it does every now and again get me. Varto, there we go, so a Tulu 9279. We've got a duplicate there actually. So we can pop that one into there, execute, 9100 out or above, and then we've got EPNIB mandatory 8100, so that's set there on the FMS, good. And then ETMED 7000, and that's then 5 miles to touchdown. And then we've got the missed approach. It's quite long actually, to be fair. It's a fly runway heading for almost, well, 19 miles to waypoint Ibrat, then a left turn towards Stony NDB, sorry, Stony VOR, Tango Victor. We have to fly over that, and then do a teardrop entry to fly the hold. CDFA, we'll go for the LNAV only, 5730, we've already put that in. And the airport elevation is 5330, so that's 450 feet basically above ground level for minimums. Final approach course 233. ETMED 170. So we could do, what have we got here? Runway 24. ETMED is at 5 miles. Then the opposite direction, we've got 053. EPNIB 11 DME. So just put a couple of fixed rings in there for us. Direct Ibrat, climb to flight level 100, passing 9100 or Ibrat, turn left, direct Tango Victor VOR and hold as directed. Right. So we won't even reach Ibrat, we'll hit the altitude and then be turning left regardless. There, that big green dash line there is the extended centre line, but we can pretty much disregard that, because it's only really going to come in handy when we get closer. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it, Birdman? Good afternoon, Ashley. Welcome. Thanks for helping with the route planning, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's pretty good. Smooth sailing all the way. 320 miles now to top of descent, so a little bit of time to chill. Ian, yeah, you just can't shake it, can you? I've noticed it today. I've been kind of every now and again got a little bit of a cough. If I'm finding it's near to 0 degrees and it's a bit cold, a bit frosty, then that gets me 100%. I'll cough more than. Whereas yesterday it was quite mild. It was about 7 degrees here, so I wasn't massively affected, unless I wasn't really paying attention to it and I've not noticed. There's every chance of that, to be fair. Bones 787 fan says he's looking forward to the PMDG 747 coming as well. That's his most anticipated. Flying Panda agrees, saying the 747 is going to be awesome. But like he says there, we've still got the inner builds A350. PMDG 777-200 ER and LR, and maybe hopefully the Bluebird 757 before that, which are all going to be pretty epic. Yeah, I suppose you're in the throes of summer, aren't you, Ian, at the moment? I've still got this little kind of desire to visit Australia at some point, one way or another. Most people that I've spoke to have said that the stop in Singapore is much better than the direct service to Perth. So whether that be BA Singapore Sydney, Qantas Singapore Sydney, or whatever it might be. Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, the thing that stops me really with Australia, for example, is the distance required to be flown. So it's almost like, unless you're going to go away for a minimum of 3 weeks, it's almost pointless, because like you say, it'd be nice to maybe stop and do 2 days in Singapore, 3 days in Singapore, something like that, but before then doing the next sector to Australia, or even New Zealand. Not as humid as the Rill Sun Centre. Ugh. You guys have put me off Rill massively. 35 to 40 degrees. Wow. That is hot. Hopefully you've got, well, I suppose you've got air conditioning over there, haven't you? If it was over 30 degrees here, we'd be really struggling without aircon. And pretty much nobody has air conditioning here. Although that's tempted me for this year, getting an aircon unit put into the flight sim room at least, and the bedroom upstairs. Probably be quite beneficial, although it's everything's money, isn't it? They're not cheap here, whereas I think when we spoke about this last time, I remember some of the guys in the US were saying that they were able to get a proper aircon system fitted for like effectively a few £100, whereas here it'd be almost £2,000 for 2 units to be fitted. So about $3,000 US. I've got a portable one, commentator, but it's faffing around with that pipe and then making sure that the windows are sealed around the pipe so the hot air doesn't come back in as well. It's a bit of a faff. And our house, we've got like a townhouse with Velux windows, so that's where we put the pipe through in the bedroom usually. But we then have to look at the forecast, because if it's going to rain, even a shower, then we can't have the aircon pipe out through the window, which means we can't use the air conditioning, because otherwise the water comes in into the house. And it's also exceptionally heavy. So it's in the bedroom at the moment, but it weighs about 30 kilograms. It was a massive Philips one that I've got, and to carry it down the stairs would be an easy way to put your back out, I think. I've managed to get it up there, but I dread the day that I've got to get it back down. So it basically sits behind the door on the ensuite. It's probably a lot less efficient as well. With a proper aircon unit, I suppose, you would be able to just keep all the windows closed, and it would cool the room down a bit quicker. So maybe electricity wise, power bill wise, it's probably a little bit more efficient. Yeah, it's a great way it's certainly humidity and stuff to get all of that sorted out. Jeepers, Ian, that's crazy. So is that like a heat pump as well? That you've got? Still in Tanzania. Lake Salunga down there. Just ahead of us on the right. We've sailed past Lake Malawi and we didn't even look at it. Could have done that earlier as well, and Lake Rukwa. A few more lakes on the way though. Lake Manyara is sort of North Tanzania. That's before we get top of descent. That's roughly where we'll be, not long after that, descending at least. Oh, and Kilimanjaro is going to be on the right hand side as well, probably in about 25 minutes. Oh, actually, loads of cargo. Predominantly merchandise. Baseball caps, stickers, mugs from the Osprey Airways selection and that kind of thing. If we do the floor walk, I'll take you guys to the back. You might be just tuning in and you missed us do this a little earlier on. Pretty much bang on full as well. Tower Tango, exactly. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Chat about most things. Osprey Gin, our London Blossom, which I do think we should have as an actual gin brand. That'd be great. I need to set up a Kickstarter for it, don't I? And buy a distillery of some sort. London Blossom Osprey Gin, and naturally as well. Spreading a bit of Jeremy Clarkson love into Nairobi with some Hawkstone. And we got Roberts and Maths' car on a bit of a grand tour of its own. Well, £5,000 for the system that you've got, Ian, is amazing. That would get me 3 aircon units, like one is it dual system fan or whatever they call it outside that can do multiple feeds. I get one of those outside, plus 3 fan units for just air conditioning on its own, and then that'd be it. It says no, there is evaporative which uses water over pads to cool, and then there is reversible which refrigeration cycles that can provide both heating and cooling solutions by reversing the refrigeration cycle so that the system can heat in winter and cool in the summer. So do you have to add like do you have to add kind of moisture to the pads manually then? Because here it would just be like a refrigerant gas that's in the unit. You have to get it serviced every year. But I suppose the difference here is our homes have got, in the UK, they're built, aren't they, to be warm and retain heat, not to cool down in the summer. So I suppose we don't need the heating element because our heating systems are pretty efficient, pretty good anyway, with insulation and everything. But it's the cooling down that's the issue. Jan, have you powered the 737 up? So have you got the FMS and everything all online, ready to go? If you have you checked to make sure Sim Toolkit Pro, or SimApp Pro, sorry, SimApp Pro the WinWing software is running in the background. And if you have, and that's working, then it might just need a sim restart as like a way to refresh the connection. In which case I'd close the WinWing app, reboot, close the sim, open the WinWing app again, Sim App Pro, and then reboot the sim. Sable, pretty much, yeah, there's a lot of people that have stayed on 2020 for now. Until at the very least the bugs and things get sorted out in 2024. And aircraft like this become compatible with it. There's a lot of people waiting for PMDG to become compatible across their product line with MSFS 2024, and that for a lot of people is going to be the trigger point for which they then transition across to the new simulator. Probably same for myself, to be fair. Scott, good evening mate, how are you? Hope you're well. Over in Perth-ish. Oh, Scott, you are. Oh yeah, I remember you saying actually you were moving back. How did it all go? How did the move go? Sunny Scotland. So it's raining then. Think I can see Mount Kilimanjaro off in the distance over there, right on the horizon. Just start that shadow of it starting to come into view. Might be wrong. Might be one of those other peaks. But it is roughly that kind of. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would be it. Any ETA, Scott, on the transfer? Hopefully not too long. Or is it on a ship on its way, like nice and slow? Bloody hell, 2 weeks. Fish and chips every day then. For dinner. Where's the plane? There it is. Ergie's calling it the Phoenix Flight Simulator 2024 because nothing else seems to work in it. The A380 works pretty nicely, to be fair. I don't know if anything else works in it properly or not. Canadian Flight Simulator. So, mentioned before the WinWing Airbus hardware, does it work with PMDG? I don't have it working with PMDG. You need to have something like, I think SPAD Next or Moby Flight, but I don't use those. So none of my kit, my WinWing kit is actually compatible with this aeroplane, for example, sadly. Even the new FMS that I've got, because it's a 737 FMS, they haven't got the cross compatibility, which is a real shame. I think they've missed a trick there, where, you know, in the sense that because it's just basically a different colour plastic, they should have coded all 3 of them to work across all of the PMDG range, all of the Boeing aircraft, the 737s, the 787s, the PMDG 777s, the in the sim 747-8, for example. All of that stuff should have all been made compatible with any of the 3 Boeing style FMS aircraft devices that Winwing have created, but they haven't done that yet. And I say yet because they've mentioned about cross compatibility and all that sort of thing. And apparently that is coming soon, but we're not 100% sure when it might actually arrive and how effective it will be. Octas. Just gonna have a quick check of fuel again. 13.1. Oh, we're starting to get closer to our target fuel burn here. So this extra speed's burning off a lot more fuel. Just over 160 miles to top of descent though. About 300 kilos roughly it's going to be the difference, isn't it, between Octas and our estimate. Quite close. That's fine. We'll check at Eptic. Eptic again needs to be 12.5 estimate. We'll see what it's at when we get there. So basically we've got another ton of fuel to burn before Eptic. That's in the 35 miles. That's now getting us down to 10 tons of fuel for Nairobi. 16:22Z, so we brought our time forward 8 minutes. That's good. (16:04), so we've got 20 minutes before we reach top of descent as well, so we've got a bit of time. Let's pull that METAR. HKJK for Nairobi. There we go. So winds 240 at 9, all the 9s. QNH 1020. We can set that on box. And then estimate fuel for the landing weight 251. I'm going to add a ton to the estimate. Flap 30. I thought to do a flap 25 approach, to be fair, but flap 30 will be fine. We'll do order brake 1 with then manual brakes during the deceleration phase. So crosswind 13 knots. Yeah, the METAR is quite old, as Ashley's saying, so that's as good as we can get for now. Unless this has got something a bit more up to date. No, that's old as well. Crikey. I wonder if they've had a cyber attack as well. (30 at 15). Ooh. Mombasa, albeit quite far away on the coast. It's kind of where we are now, it's 250 miles away. That's our alternate. QNH 1008 at the coast there. Wind 050 at 13. Yeah, basically we don't know. What other resources could we look at? Windy.com. Nairobi International Airport, there we go. Right, let's see what windy.com gives us. Last physical observation again, yeah, 3 hours 46 minutes ago. Nairobi Wilson Airport though has had an observation only 46 minutes ago. Winds 270 at 10, pressure 1022. We're gonna have to press B, aren't we, to kind of have a little look and get the local METAR. but that's quite close. 270 at 10 kilometers visibility, 70 degrees Celsius. Observed weather, some light rain in the area. Alrighty. Because the simulator might actually still be running at 1020 for the QNH. That's what Navigraph, for example, has still got. So it might well be the case that it's still sticking with that. So we might have to... I think actually I'm just talking myself into sticking with 1020. That sun's starting to go down as well now, so we might be landing in Nairobi in darkness. Because on the ground that'd realistically be setting now. Can't see Kilimanjaro anymore, that cloud cover's bursting. Right, so if you missed the briefing, we've got our fixed rings put in, we've drawn our extended centre lines, we've changed the plans slightly because 06 was what we were planning for. We're now going for runway 24, which is around about a 9 knot headwind, but that's a 4-hour-old METAR, so that may be quite different now. So we just have to be flexible on the approach to deal with whatever we've got. If we find we've got a very excessive tailwind on short final, then we might go around, bin it off, and then configure for 06, but we'll see what happens. And 24 doesn't have any ILS, so we've got an RNAV approach, a visual approach, or a VOR approach. We've gone for the RNAV, RMP runway 24, the Atudu transition for the initial approach fix. That'll then bring us down to 9,100 feet, down to EPNIB 8,100, turning inbound 233 degrees for the final approach course, onto runway 24. We've got the NAVX VOR that will cross there. And the missed approach is flying 233 degrees, maintaining runway track. And as we pass 9,100 feet, or IBRAP, climb into flight level 100, we'll turn left direct to the Tango Victor VOR to join the hold there, and then vector round for another go. After landing, so runway 24 is our focus point. Let's just draw that with Navigraph. Got a little stopway there that we won't be able to touch down on, maybe a displaced threshold. Doesn't look like it though, to be fair. So nice long runway, 4,117 meters. And we could probably vacate Foxtrot, but I'll be very conscious of any aircraft taxiing out the main passenger terminal here. Working down Gulf, there's a hotspot there for a reason. It may well be, for example, that we then come into conflict with aircraft there. So effectively auto brake 1 is what we've got set, and we'll let the aeroplane just decelerate and roll down the runway, and then we'll vacate right at the end of Kilo, turning them right on Gulf into apron 2, which is the cargo terminal. Landing beyond the glide slope, we've got 3,747 meters of usable runway for 06. And a nice width of 45 meters. Hotspot at the intersection between Golf and Mike. And Mike. Hotspot at the intersection of taxiway Golf and taxiway Mike. Taxiway Golf and taxiway Kilo, which is that one there that's going to affect us. Pilots to exercise extreme caution due to conflict of aircraft leaving taxiway Mike and Kilo respectively. I wonder if it's got the reference. No, it doesn't. Sometimes it's got some nice pictures of what the approach is going to look like. Runway 24, arrival brief. Aircraft approaching from the west of a line drawn north and south through the airport will be cleared to Avina, Okmud, Tango Victor VOR DME, or be provided with radar vectors. Aircraft approaching from the east, that's not our case. All visual approaches to the right-hand base 06 must be conducted in such a way that aircraft position is not less than 1.5 nautical miles from the threshold of 06 to avoid overflying the fuel tanks. Await instructions from marshaller before entering or moving on apron and contact apron control. .06 right hand circuit. So quite a simple brief really. So our entry point into the star is this direction here, Avato. 032 degrees, Avato 2 Romeo, down to Stony, and then 029 to Atudu before then turning inbound like so. I mean that one there's got like visual vectors or visual approach, little arrows there, but we'll stick to the RNAV. And then, if I feel like it, and if it's going alright, and my brain is responding quickly enough, because this is the first time I've flight simmed in some time, then maybe we'll turn the autopilot off and the auto throttle and fly the jet manually. How are we doing sequencing wise, folks? Let's have a little look at VATSIM radar, shall we? Real quick. Or we've got a bit of time. 80 miles to top of descents. So, HK, JK. Got 4 departures ready to go. Haven't registered our inbounds yet though. I don't know why, but all the aeroplane displays are kind of invisible on VATSIM radar these days. So I can't actually see anyone else. It's really weird. I don't know if it's just a setting or... Oh, you guys are close. Yeah, that's weird. 6 Lima Juliet, 2472. So it looks like 7 Foxtrot Mike, Aaron, you'll be ahead. And then you'll have Osprey 2472, then Osprey 6 Lima Juliet potentially. You guys are quite far behind. And there's Osprey 4 Lima Bravo out of Zuzi. Wales. I don't see anyone else. To be fair, some of you could just step down, so you could end up just flying like you could get to the hold and fly one orbit of the hold, for example, as a way to space yourselves later. Look at this. Amazing. Look at this landscape. If you don't fly very much around Africa, you guys really should. Because the scenery, certainly the colours and everything like that down below, the satellite imagery is pretty superb, and there's some very good quality sceneries across Africa that you can enjoy. Is it Livingstone? Where did we go before? Was it Namibia? Livingstone. It was created by that new scenery developer ages ago now. I'm trying to remember its name. Let me find it out real quick, because it's going to bug me. But it was a really stunning scenery, and I remember it was kind of like a way to showcase what can be done in the sim. It's Midlands, Milan, Price Norton, freighter routes. It was ages ago now, come to think of it. Manchester Mykonos, Skardu. Where is it? Johannesburg. But it was a while ago. Was that the scenery with a big working clock? Yes. I mean, I've literally gone to February 2024. There we go. Yeah, no, Nairobi to Livingstone. And that was the Freeware Nairobi that we used at the time, and then we flew to the beautiful Zambian Livingstone International. It was created by 61 Tree Studios. That was the 19th of February 2024, my goodness. That's had a lot of updates since as well. It was very, very, very good. I remember being quite mightily impressed with it. There we go, look at that beast. Take some screenshots, because why not? And then we'll have a quick pan around, see if we can see Kilimanjaro. That sun is going down very fast, isn't it? I believe that might be it there. There we go. There she is, Mount Kilimanjaro. How are we doing on the old top of the sun? I have to start bringing all the brightness down as well of the screens. Got here, let's get that floodlight off as well. Dome light overhead. Then glare shield flood. There we go. 40 miles top descent. So what do we got? VREF set. Minimums 1022 for the guess at the QNH. I'll make a quick note because it may be 102. So yeah, 1020 as a possible. Low sin 11.4 for the fuel. Let's just do a quick check. 11.0, so we're 400 above our estimate. That's pretty good. And we're going to go for low order brake 1, and I'll probably just slowly get the reversers out, because it's all or nothing on this with the Honeycomb Bravo. It's basically like an on-off switch, so you can't really do reverse idle with the hardware that we've got. No ATC at the moment, that's fine. We can stow that for now. We might have a little look at the aircraft ground charts when we get there. Yeah, the night time now, if this was MSFS 2024, would be insane, wouldn't it? But, I mean, even that, to be fair, look at the colours, it's just superb around here. But yeah, there is a huge difference, isn't there, between MSFS 2020 and 2024, with the way the night time is shown. Checklists, descent checks, recall checked, order brake 1, landing data, VREF minimum set, approach brief, we've already done that, so that's completed. Next is going to be the approach checklist, and that's going to be setting the altimeters. Transition is 100 here in Nairobi, so then we'll go to local pressure. So I'll have to remember landing lights, QNH. I'll just tick that to get rid of it, and then it's the approach checks. Spin the wheel. We are in. I need to go back to VNAV mode. What are we going to go down to? It's like 9,000, 8,100. Nice even numbers. To be fair, commentators, by the time I've taxied in and shut down, might have one or two of you guys on approach, hopefully. He says. Right, let's go back to VNav. Just to bring that speed down. We're pretty much there. Look at this. Every time I flew into Nairobi, it was daytime. Was it daytime? No, it wasn't. It was nighttime. Yeah, every time we flew into Nairobi, it was nighttime. Early hours of the evening, sort of 7, 8 PM from memory. 6, 7 PM. And then every time we flew out, it was then later. It was like a 9, 10 o'clock in the evening departure for the red-eye flight back to Heathrow to land around 6 AM in the morning, roughly off the top of my head. So I never really, beyond seeing outside of the terminal at night, I didn't really see much of the transport. And I don't know if it was because of a security kind of risk sort of thing, or just the way the slot fell into place. I don't know. Down we go. And it's going to get darker quick as well. As we descend, we're going to lose that sun. Just there, look at that. Chase that down now. See if we get a snazzy little screenshot of some sort. These colours are insane. Hey, look, there's Kilimanjaro in the backdrop again. Oh, Ashley, epic. There we go. For those of you flying into Nairobi with us, Ashley's got the all-important weather report. Turn these ones down as well a little bit. And the standby instrument, get rid of that screen glare. Alrighty. There's a lot of weather around Nairobi. Down to max 75 in the descent, or 300 indicated. Yeah, it did, didn't it? The old, the tail. Almost looked red. Yeah, there. Just about there, isn't it? Pretty cool. Navrat, we're doing an ILS. No, we were doing an ILS, but we're not anymore. We're doing an RMP onto 2.4 because it was going to be an ILS 06, but we're not using that. Zato's posted in our Discord server the difference between the two simulators. Christ, look at this. I'm just going to get it up for you. So that was the stream a minute ago in the descent. Zato was then taken in MSFS 2024 a screenshot at the same time in pretty much the same location. So oranges, reds, hues, all that kind of nice stuff. This is what MSFS 2024 looks like at the same time of day. So different. I do think the colours and everything in the new sim look so realistic. They look so lifelike. But it does show you how quickly everything gets dark in this new sim, in this old sim. I'm tempted to wind the time back a little bit, as I always am. Don't forget, if you haven't done so already, give us a little thumbs up, give us a like. And if you are new to the channel, of course, this is the only reminder for today. Make sure you hit that subscribe button down below as well. What's that new meta, Ashley? Was it QNH 1022? Those displays turned down as well, the lower display as well, while we're at it. I mean, this is what's epic about the PMDG 777. Look at that night lighting. Oops. Look at that. That's a screenshot. Epic. That's almost a screensaver type screenshot. NH1021, Roger, thank you. John, hello matey, he says night approaches are fun. They are, to be fair, they're a bit more challenging in the sim, aren't they? Because you get zero depth of perception. I can't believe how much difference there is in the colours between the two simulators. Because Zato's MSFS 2024 lifetime, it's effectively still like daylight. Need probably another 20 minutes to like sort of twilight. Whereas we're well into darkness now. VRAS still fired up. Let's have a look then. Oh yes, look at that. That's Ian. Epic. Then Ian's up here. Here we go. Loads of screenshots from Ian. Very cool. And then Zato at the front. Yeah, there's the three from earlier. Hergy. 4 Lima Bravo in the Eurovision special. Okay, so he's not going to be an issue. Keep an eye out for this chap, folks, because he looks like the FedEx is going to be arriving roughly at the same time as Zato. Potentially. Right. Time to focus. In fact, let's get rid of the music. Go for that one, shall we? So these displays seem really bright. Let's give her a little bit of help with some drag. I might wind the time back a bit, just to get that sunset back. Plus, we've never flown into Nairobi, so I kind of want to see what it's like. 2-4, commentator. RMP 2-4. Whoa! Oh, Delta 0. Beef Wellington, Wesley. Hello, mate. We've got some traffic. An Emirates flight pushing back from Stand 8 in Nairobi. Right, let's transmit. How many miles have we got to go? Tango Victor. So 10, 20. About 30 track miles to the runway. Speed brake. Oh, the yoke's vibrating now. My stick rather. Nairobi traffic. Osprey 165 heavies crossing Stony VOR. Currently flight level 120 for 8,100 RMP 24 for the approach. 30 track miles to final. Nairobi traffic. And here comes the rain. Oh, look at this. Wonderful. Size of that cumulonimbus. Oh, right near our turn as well. Look at that. You guys might be in for a treat on final, because you might be hitting that, to be fair. Is it CTAF in Africa now, VATSIM, David's asking? I don't think so. Well, certainly some of the folks here are using VATS. They're on 1228. Lights. Let's pop the logo lights on as well, because it is darkness. Speed's coming down. Let's get the speed brake out of the belly, the wings. Look at this. I hope that's not Nairobi Airport, because that's ruining my screenshot. That'd been a that'd have been a great screen grab. What about this side? Here we go. Look at that. That's cloud straight to the ground there. Disregard that. My goodness. Yeah, that cell is definitely getting closer towards that final turn there. And actually, we're pretty much at the final turn here as well, so I'll target minimum clean. Vertical speed, 1,000 foot per minute. Through transition, standard pressure. Back into IMC. Flaps 1. .210. Lights. Signs. This is epic. Yeah, arriving runway 24. David says there's an aeroplane taking off for the opposite runway to me right now. Brilliant. It's always the way. Let's get it down to 180, shall we? Flaps 5. Charts. 8,100 mandatory. $210, 180. Approach page 250.9, 147. That's good. That matches. Lovely. If we add 5 to that, 152. Right. Yeah, there he is. Somebody that hasn't bothered checking anything. I don't know where he's going actually. He's flying his own thing. I'd like to think that's maybe the SID. But there's the runway. You've got him on TCAS there as well. Flap 15. Just for speed here. We're passing underneath flap 5 speeds. Nairobi traffic, Osprey 165 heavy is turning final runway 24, approximately 10 miles. Nairobi traffic. Get down. Oh yeah. $7,000. Get distracted here. Might have fluffed this. $160, full flap. 147, 152, so we're pretty much close to that. But let's go to final approach speeds early. 152. Chasing the overspeed marker. Let's get auto throttle disconnect. Which is that bad boy there, isn't it? My throttles. Get down, green, 30 green, speed. All the throttles kicked in there. Autopilot disconnects my controls, let's get it down. Been a bit sloppy here, aren't I? We'll fly the visual approach. We've got 12 knot tailwind, so this wind looks well off. It feels very fast. Actually. Very fast. Nairobi traffic, Osprey 165 is short final runway 24. Crikey. It's quite nose down, this.
2, 4.
I wonder if New Sky's going to give me a penalty for this.
Approaching minimums.
Okay, it's going to be interesting.
Minimums.
400.
We are within the tailwind limit of the jet, to be fair. And we are stable at minimum.
200.
Albeit there's a lot of work going on here.
100.
This is fast.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
280 foot per minute, lovely. Nose wheels down. And reverse green. Decelerating. Look at this majestic bird. Ready? Just make sure I maintain the centre line. Oh yeah, BAA 380. Lovely. .280, bang on the touchdown zone. My brakes.
1,500 meter remaining.
That's VRUS telling me off.
1,200 remaining. 900 remaining. 600 remaining.
Just bringing our speed down now.
300 remaining.
30 knots. Flaps up. Spoilers disarmed. APU start. 10 knots for the
30
turn.
meter remaining.
That VRAS is great. And Nairobi traffic, Osprey 165 is vacating down the end onto Kilo to taxi to the cargo apron and final call Nairobi. Traffic off. Spot a standby. Look at that cloud, that's insane. Runway turn off, strobes, landing lights. Nice and wide for the turn. I need to pick a stand. What's it gonna be? F4. I think it was Swissport when we went on here last years and years and years ago. John, so it's just VRAS for MSFS. I'll get you the link shortly, mate. Once I've parked up on stand, if that's alright. These clouds are really thick. Idle. Taxi light off. Here we are. And I'm not going to swear this time. There we go. Nailed it on the turn. There's our jolly marshaller. Oh, he's... Oh, there we go. That's better.
Nairobi traffic, Kenya 407 to Pushback and 777F. Nairobi traffic.
Little squirt of power. We're almost there. Oh my goodness. There we go. Right, let's turn these off. Nice to have the sounds though. APU is on, gen's on. Engine left, engine right's off. Where's my tablet? Set chocks. We'll request ground power. Let's disarm the doors. Beacon light off. Request deboarding. By the way, all of the aeroplanes that you're probably going to see on approach now, because they're 777s as well, they are likely to end up having kind of mimic our jets. So the fact that our main cargo hold door now is going to be open, that's effectively what is going to replicate in a moment. Is that A380 gone yet? Look at the size of that cloud. Kenya Airways has gone on the push. Oh yeah, there he is, look at that, sat down at the end of the runway waiting. He's not using VATSIM, whoever that is. But yeah, if he did, then we'd be able to hear him make his intentions known so that we could fly, watch him take off. Oh, look at that. No. Not right now. Very exciting. We've got Ian's on the way in.
Nairobi traffic, Kenya 4072, taxiing via Gold running Nairobi traffic.
A320 on the runway out, no, we're brilliant. Of course there is. There's that screenshot of the day. Looking pretty good. Right, so the cargo stands, yeah, leave a little bit to be desired, but hey ho. Is that Ian on final? Oh no, that's somebody taking off at 06. Again, brilliant. Adam, welcome. Yeah, that's it. In the UK, we just fluff around with this sort of stuff, don't we? We actually don't get it. We don't get anything done. Tarzi, welcome. Are you running Reshader or an NVIDIA filter? No, none. Nothing like that. Just default as it comes, mate. Here is the Unibuilds Nairobi. I've never seen this before. This is pretty much the time of day that I would actually go and see it. When we used to fly in years ago, we used to park on, I think, one of these stands here, like 10, 11, 12. Memory. It does look like it's got an interior, yeah. Looks like it's got a really good interior. See-through elephant that I can see. Listening out for that speedbird, as we want to catch them on the takeoff. Can you whine? Where's the... Oh, it's a sticker. That's a pretty cool little trick of the eye. Here's the interior though, it's pretty cool. Look at this! Jambo! I do remember some elements of this, to be fair. The question is going to be, what's the landside sections like? Because for me this is the big bit that I do remember vividly. This looks really good. Oh, lovely.
Nairobi traffic, Osprey 7 Foxtrot, Mike at 8,000, expecting DI, nav approach runway 24, we will call turning final.
Flags are animated, look, waving away. Got little zebra and things there. Because I remember we used to pull up in the coach, basically like sort of outside here, the main terminal area. And before you go in, you have to go through like a security point. This isn't completely accurate here, this bit, from memory. But at the same time, it's been many years. And it's this side over here that matters the most. Has the BA flight gone yet? Just going to redo the time. What weather? Time. Oh, he's still backtracking. Is he backtracking? Yeah, that A380 is still on the. He's just turning now. I mean, this looks very impressive. This scenery. Look at that. That's really good. Loads better than the freeware. Superb. Need to come here more often. Where's that A380? Yeah, she is. Super. Alright, well that's just starting the takeoff roll. We'll quickly fire up New Sky. We'll have a look at our log. Whoa, look at that profit. 116,619 jeepers. And then off-center line takeoff. Yeah, fair enough. 9.86 on the score. Nice. Happy with that. Here he comes. Zato's in the clouds somewhere, I think, or whoever it was on final. I think it was Zato. Probably going to use most of the runway, and I'm hoping I can multitask really fast here and get a decent screenshot of him taking off.
Nairobi traffic, Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, turning final, runway 24.
No, wrong button. Chuffy neck. Oh my goodness. Out it goes. I got a screenshot. It wasn't the best screenshot. Yeah, that could be a cool one. Actually, if there's any Kilimanjaro scenery, maybe we go iFly 737 Max, that sort of thing, or ATR. Not sure what would be used. How are we doing? Yeah, some random KLM A320 Neo just blasted off out on 06. And that A380 is off to Heathrow. Vuelo Simple Kilimanjaro Airport scenery. I think I've reviewed some of their bits in the past, so I'll probably be able to reach out to them. Ah, that reminds me. John, you were asking for the VRAS link, weren't you? Let me just find that for you, mate.
Nairobi traffic, Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike.
There you
Currently
go.
on a 10-mile final, runway 24. We'll call 5-mile final.
That's it, Scardo. Yeah, we need to do more of Africa. That poor Kenya 777 is going to be like, the heck, I just wanted to do a simple flight. The hell are all these Ospreys coming from? Just try and find the touchdown zone here. I reckon you guys could all just come flying in, thick and fast. I'm gonna pause the music. Chuffing heck. We've got two. That's got to be missed. Don't forget the RNAV won't necessarily take you all the way down.
Traffic Osprey 7 Foxtrot Mike, currently on a 5-mile final runway 24.
Ian's behind as well. There's Ergy. Two Osprey on final. Alright, you could probably do a land after, couldn't you? Because you just land, get off the auto brakes, so you're just rolling down the runway, loads of space and time, and then you could line up for the next one to touch down, keeping them visual. Little land after, whatever. As a caveat, as a reminder, this is literally spawning in more PMDG 777s. So what you're going to see now is the cargo door and that kind of thing open as well. Indy says hello. Oh, well to recover that, because the tailwind really throws you off. Vuelo Simple have also got Ivalto Airport in Madagascar. Oh, missing out on all these, aren't I? There's that VOR just there, look, lit up. Quite nice, actually. Yeah, you're going to need to ignore the chocks and the doors being open, because in reality they don't have that open on their own aeroplanes. It's just mimicking mine. Great touchdown, bang on the touchdown zone there, Sato. Good effort, mate. There's the Kenya. 777-300 ER. Look at that beast. Looks good. Rab says the wind seemed to drop totally on the short final. Looking forward to the FSLTL update that will have more Osprey liveries in it. Was this 777L included in the future update list? Let me just dig it out, because Tapsy did tell me. He said basically everything was done except for 1 or 2 different aeroplanes that aren't actually an FSLTL yet, I think. Let's see. 777 Whiskey, 777 Freighter, 200 ER will be added as soon as PMDG releases theirs.
Traffic Osprey 7 Foxtrot vacated to
the A380 and the A330-300 Osprey liveries are not yet ready, but most Osprey FSLTL liveries are ready and will be included in the next update as well, because a few have asked about the 777 model matching, for example. Jeepers, he's carrying some speed. Look at that. It's sporty with the tailwind, it's really hard work. 10 knot tailwind shoving you towards the runway. It's hard getting that flare right. That reminds me, actually, I've still got to pay Tapsy for doing all of that FSLTL work for us. Though I have said there'll be a little bit of a delay. No Indycam. Oh, the last time I connected my GoPro to something, I can't remember what it was, but I connected my GoPro to do something, but use it as like a bit of a webcam. And then I ran the sim, but it crashed the sim, or it crashed my graphics card. It was like it couldn't quite run both at the same time, or the GoPro system crashed the graphics driver the second I tried to open the sim. It was all a bit weird. John, in the chat a little further up, you'll see my name highlighted in yellow. That's the link for the VRAS system. You can get it through Contrail. Who else have we got? Aiden. I think that's... Okay, there's Aiden there. And this one is Ergy in his A321. that's bright. Put your sunglasses on, folks. He's carrying the Chinese artificial sun. Jeez. Phoenix A321, nice. Look at that. What a backdrop. Great touchdowns. That Kenya's going to be looking at his takeoff fuel. What the chuffing heck. Going to have to go back to stand in a minute and fill up. Who else have we got? That's it, last one in. And then I'm going to have to go focus on my roast dinner. 447, bit firm but decent, especially given that tailwind. Oh, looking a bit high. That's looking about right, actually, to be fair. It's just deceiving. Because there's never so slight sort of uphill section there.
Over traffic, face it, Lima Juliet, short final, runway 24.
Still waiting. Look at that sun being above the clouds still, but I've just noticed there. Look how it's reflecting off the runway surface. It's pretty cool. Here we go, his last pilot in. Yeah, he's taken over the stream for the last bit, Westcastle. Welcome. Easy fella. Whoa! Whoa, whoa! I mean, the good thing is you've got loads of runway here. Ooh, a little kick of the rudder there. Planted it. Bosh. Got the mainline livery. Very nice. That sun reflecting off the fuselage is so good.
Nairobi traffic, Kenya close to the provincial landing last and the landing traffic. Nairobi traffic.
Cool, let's lead into it, shall we? So there we go. I hope you guys have all enjoyed today's live stream. Massive thank you to all of the fellow Osprey Airways pilots for joining us, and all of you guys in the live chat as well, wherever you are in the world. Morning, evening, all night. I hope you enjoyed the rest of today, and I hope you've enjoyed today's live stream as well. Hit like before you head off, hit subscribe. This is the Innobuilds Nairobi airport scenery. You can get it via the Innobuilds store or Sim Market. Gaffer simulations for Johannesburg or Tambo, the PMDG 777 freighter, and Land 3 simulations VRAS as well, as we use, giving us those runway indications. Just going to whiz over towards the parking stands here, past the terminal. So impressed with the scenery, it's very nice. Pretty much as I remember it, give or take a few bits landside. Not sure when the next live stream will be. Hopefully not too far in the distant future. It all depends on when items may or may not be launching as well for the sim, don't forget. Look at that. It's almost like we should have a cargo hub here. There we are. Commentator's just vacating. There he is, whizzing down the runway to catch up, get off the runway to help the Kenya Airways doing the backtrack out. I think that's him off already, actually. He didn't really backtrack. He's taken off. If he goes, there we are. Let's catch his takeoff, because I've spotted a commentator on the taxiway. He's going for a performance takeoff. This rate of climb there. Jeez. What we got? Let's see. That sound of that G90. Very nice. And there's the commentator. There we are. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you, as always, next time. Take care. Happy flying.